Okay, chat. Are you ready? Let's get to it.
Though I have hollow dreams, and I know not of what I seek, joy fills my blood, it fits like a glove, it's freeing me from the shackles that hang up above in a single instant. My eyes open up and then I see everything I said before. Memories were always over in bloody red. But if I close my eyes to the truth, not letting a single ray of the light pass on through, I wouldn't be able to reach for your head, find the miracle that lies beyond this cold land. Contrite though it may just seem, I want everything. A rich unfolding scenery, contradicting theories, two doors opening to a single scene. Chanting sins portend us, as if go to torment us. Darkness calling to take everything, and give your son a single page. A plea to leave the cage, you pass on through the gate, led by butterflies. So scream yourself hoarse, but never lose your force, cause what does truth matter at all? Free from this pain, it will crawl.
Hello, my beloved chat. Happy Frederica Friday. Happy October 4th. It seems serendipitous to end our journey here, doesn't it? Before I get to the housekeeping, allow me to read the donations that rolled in before we started up. $10 from Digimaniac33. Happy birthday, chat. It's been an honor and a privilege enjoying Umineko all over again with everyone here. Thank you all for always thinking and never giving up. Nozo with the $2. The seagulls are crying, and so am I. Arahabaki Gaming with the $20. Welcome to the most Frederica of all Fridays. Lament not that the journey is over. Know that the miracle of Umineko never ends once you finish. It will certainly plant itself in your hearts and minds. Sleep well eternally. LRZH with the $20. I haven't been to streams, but I picked up Umineko in June after seeing your first stream of episode 1. I just finished last night, and I'm reeling. My brain is rotten, I can see because I have love, and I won't be the same again. Heartwolf with the $10. Because of some sad IRL stuff, I can actually be here for this final stream. I wish it were under better circumstances, but I'm glad I can cry with the rest of you. Aw, I hope you're feeling better. Scroll further down. Oh my god. Chat, you're going crazy. ORZL with the Canadian $50, holy shit, thank you. So grateful to be here for the end. Thank you so much for making this series. I had never heard of Umineko at the beginning of this year, and now it's consumed my life in the best way. Jam with the Canadian $20. Gonna be lurking today, so it's probably better to send this now. Once again, thank you so much for introducing me to Umineko. Once and for the last time, rest in peace, Beatrice, and happy birthday, chat. Let's cry, seagulls. Schnum, with the 25 pounds. Hey Marcy, can't stick around because of the time difference, and I'm not caught up yet, but I wanted to stop by and say thank you. I'm so grateful for these streams. They've been an absolute delight. Happy October 4th. Hugo with the 10 euros. Hey Marcy, couldn't be here live, but I enjoyed the VODs and wanted to say thank you for the massive work you've put into this series. Let us all enjoy this final episode of When the Chat Cries. Love and Life Today 235 with the $2. Thank you all so much. I love you all. S. Jean Paul with the $20. I'm unfortunately not caught up, so I won't be able to watch this stream live. But once again, thank you so much for introducing so many of us to Umineko. It's in my bones. P.S. You're so incredibly talented. Thank you. And Selfina Florencia with the $20. These streams have been my personal highlight to what has been a very difficult year. I think I speak for everyone when I thank you endlessly for all the hard work and love you put into this. Thank you. And, whoo boy, okay. Yeah, so we have a bit of housekeeping to get to. Vera with the $5, thank you. Glad I was able to make it despite my morning anxiety attacks. Happy October 4th. I'm so ready to cry. Hope you feel better. Anyway, let's go over this housekeeping before I don't have any time to get to it. Because we have quite a few important things that I need to mention. So, first of all, because of that intro, and something that will be shown at the end of the stream, this stream is definitely going to get demonetized. So, those super chats are very appreciated. Mayday in Paradise with the $10. To a wondrous final stream. So happy to have joined in, even if it was a bit behind. Excited to see the end, and here's to any potential When They Cry streams in the future. With love, we finally see. Future Skeleton with the $5. Everyone's said it, but I'll say it again. Thanks for introducing me to Umineko. I'm glad I was able to get caught up to watch the finale. Okay. Fizzy Pop with the $50. Guys, you have to let me get through this. Thank you. Can't believe we're at the end. I wouldn't have found Umineko without these streams. Thank you for being our reader. Hold off! Hold off for a second! Hold off for just a minute! Okay. Housekeeping number 2. At the end of the stream, I'm going to show an animatic that I made with the manga art. As Jean Paul with the $20. Demonetization funds, lol. A test upload of this animatic got blocked from being viewed in Russia because of the music label, so in the VOD, the song will likely be muted so the stream isn't blocked anywhere. The upload on my second channel will be linked separately in the description for anybody who misses the stream live. Okay, cool. Number 3. Care Bearer Nos with the $20. We have to reward you as the witch as a monetary gain for being our reader, Nezumi. It's the rules. Vera with the $2, it never ends. Raibko with the $10. We are having so much fun spoiling our favorite Umineko VA, hopefully Higurashi VA, for us one day too. You guys are going to get past a goal before I mention it at this rate. Because here's point number 3. Today's stream has a donation goal. If we've reached $300 in donations by the time the tea parties end, I will get it. Well, you guys already did it before I even told you about the goal. June Pop 45 with the $20. Keep throwing money at Mercy Chat. Thanks for being born and introducing me to Umineko. So, okay, I guess you already got it. The donation goal was to, for me to get an Umineko tattoo. So, at the end of stream, I've prepared 3 different tattoo designs, and I will allow chat to vote which one I get. Awesome. Let's read these few. Okay, yeah. Read that one. Vera with the $2. There's donation goals. Mira Money Attack with the $2. Neon Roses with the $5. Sending love to all the regulars. I've enjoyed watching the story unfold with you all. They've been my favorite part of my Fridays. Kitty with the £2. Okay, bet. Chattel with the $5. We're celebrating the beginning of A3W today, right? Jam with the Canadian $2. Key hee 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 hee. Ninja Girl Star 5 with the $5. I have my plushies to keep me company and happy that I was finally able to experience this story through these streams. And so excited for the finale. Rybco with the $2. Maybe we should bring back the Moonshine Dono Gold. Care Bear and Ross with the $5. I hope one of the designs is Ava and Beatrice dabbing while Battler's sobbing on his knees. Oh boy. I think it'd be really funny to just leave up the donation goal anyway, just to see how far you guys smash it, but I don't know. Anyway. I still have some stuff to get to, so let me, please just give me a second. 4. There are several auto-scrolling text sections during both the ending of the main episode and the last tea party. I will be unable, unfortunately, to read those quickly enough out loud before they go by. For this last stream, I will request people who mainly listen to these streams to please read this text for themselves when the time comes. I will let you know. 5. As I said before, there will be a bonus stream. It will take place after a 1-week break, so no Umineko stream next week. And at the end of the bonus stream, I will announce what I plan to do to replace Umineko. And finally, there will be a final choice toward the end of the game. One of those choices is more in line with the rest of the episode vibe-wise. I will be making that choice when we get to it. I will show off the alternate choice at the beginning of the final bonus stream. And Cross Trash with the Canadian $5. I read the manga, so thanks for giving me a chance to experience the story the way it was originally intended, and with really good English VA. Thank you. And there we go. We got through all of it. Which means that we can start now. All right. Let's go. Smiles with the $5. I'll throw in some money as well. I literally never would have gotten through the story without your VA since I'm so busy regularly. Thank you. Thank you. Goodness gracious. That's quite loud. Okay. Taffeta with the $20. Hi Mercy, I've been watching since stream 1 and have been able to get so many of my friends into this series thanks to your work. I adore these streams as someone who only watched the anime as a teen. Whoopsie. Orza 6006 with the 1986 pounds. Middle of the night for me, but stayed up just to donate. Thank you so much for breathing new life into this wonderful story. It's been like experiencing it for the first time again. Vera with the $2, are you sure about that? TS with the €10. Hi Marcy, I found your Umineko streams, watched the first 3, and then ended up binging the entire manga in like 3 days. Found myself here for the finale. Thanks for all the hard work and lots of love. Care Bear and Ross with the $5. All of it you can't escape. Also, I agree with the chatter who said every time we pay out $300, you get another one of the designs. And Crow with the $50. Holy shit, thank you. Thanks so much for using your incredible voice work talent to share this story with us. My friends and I have been having a blast watching and reacting, and Umineko quickly became a new fave. Looking forward to any future Nezumi story times. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we do need to read, guys. I will, if like donations keep coming in at this rate, I'm gonna wait until a chapter break to read some more donations. Hope that's okay. Thank you so much for your generosity though, seriously, it does mean a lot. Ava had indeed broken the magic circle around the key beforehand. By the time Battler and Ange reached it, it was crumbling like the sand in an hourglass. They tried punching and kicking it to make it break faster, but nothing they did hastened the process. Rogue 123987 with the £50. Multiple endings, a my non-interactive visual novel? It's more likely than you think. It looks like she broke it a while ago, but it'll still probably take some time before it's gone. Just a bit longer, I think. If we could just buy time for 5 more minutes. Judging by the speed of the magic circle, the magic circles were crumbling, and the general appearance of the whole scene, it looked like it would be over soon. However, as things stood, even if it was just 5 more minutes, would that be soon enough? They turned around. Beyond the bookshelf ravine was a universe, even for Battler, who had seen Beato's fights many times over. The battle between Lambda Delta and Bernkastel was so mind-defying that he couldn't think of a single word to describe it. When he finally managed to find a word, it was a universe. With each development in the battle between Lambda Delta and Bernkastel, a universe was created between the pair of them. A big bang took place, a universe was created, galaxies beyond number were born and erased, Then, just when it seemed that a big crunch had occurred and the universe had met its demise, there was another Big Bang, and another universe was created. It was like watching gods playing. Lil Sleepy with the $100. Hi Marcy, won't be able to stay for stream tonight, but thank you for sharing this wonderful story with us. Thank you so much for your insane generosity. The two witches created and destroyed worlds over and over again, almost as though two creators were fighting to prove that their universe was the right one. If you let your guard down in the slightest, then just watching this would steal your soul. That's how it felt. We'll be able to get the key back any second now. Then we'll be able to go back to the Golden Land with the fragment Lambda Delta gave us, right?
Go back as soon as you get the key. I can't leave Lambda Delta on her own.
You're going to jump into that fight?
I can't leave her on her own. Their fight may defy common sense. However, they're perfectly and evenly matched. So, if anyone jumps in, even a single weak human like me, something might break.
A perfect balance maintained by two great powers can easily break by adding even a little strength to one side. However, actually rushing in there to add that little bit of strength would be literally suicidal. Like a moth flying into a furnace. It might burn up before it even reaches it.
Once you get the key, go straight back to the Golden Land. We don't know how long they can hold out, remember?
I can't go back alone. Not when everyone is fighting.
That's right. This is your fight. So fight. Though you regret not dying with everyone else. You must overcome that feeling and live in the future. That's what you decided to do, right?
Ange had no words to respond with. Her brother and everyone else would probably die, so she wanted to die in the same place and same time as everyone else. However, that would not be permitted, and she knew she mustn't wish for it. She had already made up her mind. She had sworn to live in the future without turning back to look at everyone's deaths.
When you get back to the Golden Land, show the key to Beato. Beato will show you 2 doors. Then she'll give you an easy puzzle and tell you to open one of them. That's the last game on my game board.
2 doors.
One of the 2, one will lead you to the future. Don't worry, I'm sure you won't choose the wrong one now. Also, once you go through it, don't turn back until the door closes.
Why can't I turn back?
Once the door closes, you won't be able to see our fate anymore. In other words, we'll be shut inside the cat box.
A fate inside a cat box has endless truth.
That's right. We might have lost pathetically, or we might have made a miraculous comeback and survived. In other words, if you, the Witch of the Future, are sent into the future without witnessing the end of our conflict, we'll still have a chance at victory. However, if you keep on looking at us, you'll see when we get annihilated. That'll put the odds of our defeat at 100%. So, to give us a miraculous victory, you must not turn back once you go through that door. Got it?
Yeah.
So, I'll go and help Lambda Delta. If you go back to the Golden Land after seeing me walk off like a hero, that's how my story will end for you.
The result of your battle will be sealed in the cat box, so you can never lose.
Exactly. So don't look back. You'll have the key soon. Go back to the Golden Land like your life depends on it. So real quick, I have one message for the you of the future. Don't forget it, and engrave it into your heart.
Okay.
No matter what happens, never abandon the hopes that keep you alive. All of us are always behind you. If you just believe, we can even speak to you. You hear me? Believe! If one thing is certain, it's that miracles happen when you believe.
At that moment, a massive explosion engulfed Lambda Delta and Bernkastel. Surely, one of them had just landed a powerful blow. There were no further explosions, so surely that strike had decided the match. When the smoke cleared, who would be left standing? The magic circle sealing the key still needed several minutes to dissolve. Are you still there, my beloved Lambda Delta? All that came into sight was Bernkastel. There was no answering voice from Lambda Delta. If this was a sign of Bernkastel's victory, it didn't cause her expression to grow any brighter. Too bad, Lambda. And I thought we'd be able to build a universe together. It's too bad. Really too bad. Bernkastel was still focusing all of her nerves on the battle, so she took no notice of Battler and Ange by the key. However, she would probably notice soon, and then there would be nowhere to run. The last circle of the magic circle was starting to fade away. However, almost cruelly, the final circle went slower than the rest. Seeing that, any hopes that it would dissolve in a minute, or maybe even a few dozen seconds, were crushed absolutely. Battler readied himself.
Well, this fight probably won't work out as well as the last one, but it looks like I'm up now.
Oni-chan.
You're great, Ange. I'm proud that you didn't try to stop me.
With tears still pouring down her face, Ange lovingly rubbed her cheek against the hand that had been patting her head. I've got to gather the kitties again. I thought Battler would be with her, but I don't see him for some reason. After all, one guy like him would be about as annoying as a pebble in my shoe. The smoke cleared completely, and they saw a huge cloud of candy bits floating around, like it was Lambda Delta's corpse. A star-shaped cookie bounced off of Bernkastel's head. It was missing one of its points, giving it a lonely feeling. Lambda Delta. Special interest show with Jupiter August. I'm not sure. It should be, like, quite a bit shorter than usual, though. Live with me. We'll become a single universe with you inside me. Bernkastel chewed the cookie and swallowed it. This way, we'll always be together. I love you, Lambda.
Me too, Bern.
Bernkastel's stomach suddenly swelled like a balloon. The bulge rose from her stomach to her throat, then exploded like a firework from her mouth. Bernkastel coughed up fireworks, sparks, and fragments of candy.
You still haven't gotten out of your old cat habits?
Worm Ailu with the $5. I can't stay for long, but these streams have been so much fun to revisit anyways. I love your videos. Thank you.
You know you shouldn't eat snacks that you find lying on the ground.
Bernkastel kept coughing and spitting up exploding fireworks. The birth of a small universe from that sweet had hit her directly from the inside of her stomach. Even Bernkastel couldn't withstand that. As she repeatedly vomited fireworks so violently that it seemed her guts would spill out, her body flickered in and out of existence, and she glared at Lambda Delta with a terrifying expression. Her body was flickering because she had taken so much damage that even maintaining her form was now difficult.
How unbecoming, Bern. Your form is in disarray. I sort of felt like losing for a bit, but I changed my mind. If I became a single universe with you, you wouldn't whisper to me of your love anymore.
True. June Pop with the $2. Hit her with the food poisoning, Lambda. I'm not the type to give food to a fish I've already caught.
I know. That's why you shine so beautifully. You'll lead others on, but never fawn on anyone, just like a proud queen of cats.
I'll turn you into a cardboard box and make all of your sides my scratching post!
And I'll make you a shamisen, get bored after plucking one string, then put you in a cupboard and let the dust pile up on you.
The goat tsunami had swallowed up everything, but sea spray was still flying about. The reefs resisted the ocean trying to cover them, smashing waves left and right. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory and the Inquisitors specialized at close-range combat and were rapidly building a mountain of corpses. The witches fought hard too, but they would have preferred to fight at a distance if they could. Just relying on fantasy creatures wouldn't be enough. In these battle conditions, all of the humans were thrust right into the center of the fight. Everyone in the Ushiramiya family displayed a fighting spirit equal to the witches and guarded their backs. Even humans are not powerless. They have guns. If the goats supported fantasy, they could use these as the ultimate anti-magic weapons. If the goats supported mystery, they could use these in a much more obvious way. Those 45 long Colt bullets delivered fatal wounds to each and every goat they struck.
You stubborn vermin! How long are you going to resist? Will you just lie down and sink into your watery grave? Ushiromiya!
If you tell an Ushiromiya to sink, you'll just make him fight all the harder! Little girl, you have no idea what the Ushiromiya family is!
You were dead even before 1986. It's about time you stopped moving, Gramps.
Erika's razor-sharp scythe buried itself into Kinzo's chest. It dug straight into his heart, but the daring smile on Kinzo's face didn't even falter.
Oh? And was my death ever witnessed by anyone outside the cat box? I am indestructible. Indestructible!
Light blooms with the $5. Oh, hell yes. I am so glad I am home tonight. Wouldn't want to miss this. Happy October 4th. Happy October 4th. A punch containing all of Kinzo's last spark of life sent Erika flying.
Father! Father, are you okay?
March over my dead body and onward! And Ushiromiya never turns back!
Booby arts with the $5, thank you. As Erika tried to deliver the finishing blow, Kraus stepped in between them, blocking the way.
I will be your opponent in father's place.
Oh, if it isn't the incompetent investing expert. It's pretty impressive how you managed to find all the worst bets and lose your money so quickly.
And yet, at least I remember to tie my shoes.
Huh?
Erika tried to look down at her own feet, but what she saw was Kraus's left fist. Kraus's left uppercut made Erika float in the air. Not by magic, but by the simple laws of physics. For an instant, Erika saw the moon.
I may have been incompetent as an investor. However, any of my college friends will attest to my talents as a boxer. I will not allow you to discredit every part of the Ushiromiya family, little girl!
You damn small fry!
Canon is an illusion created by a lonely Jessica.
At the school festival, I introduced Canon-kun to everyone! Saku and Hina and everyone else! All of my friends can testify to that! Don't make assumptions about our relationship based on your own imagination!
Jessica's body blow made the goat's massive body cave in.
Splendidly done, milady. To think that you can wield such power in a tight spot like this.
Well, sure I can. That's because even if I die right now, I think I'd be cool with it. This is the first time we've worked together with you at my back. Too bad it's not cutting the cake.
Jessica gave an embarrassed grin. She looked even more relaxed than she had on the stage at the school festival.
If we can't cut a cake, then let's cut something else.
You always try to sound cool with everything you say. But I like it that way!
The massive bodies that rushed at them, trying to deny their relationship and their very existence, had two choices: to be sliced or struck. Each time one of those bodies hit the ground, it became proof that the two of them existed.
Shannon is an illusion! George is an antisocial shut-in! Their love itself is an illusion and doesn't exist!
George-sama, look out!
The goat's log-sized fist buried itself in George's face. They were in the middle of a tightly packed melee. There was no way to dodge an unexpected attack like that.
An antisocial shut-in, is it? Very well. Say what you wish about me.
George had indeed been hit with the fist right to the center of his face. However, he didn't bend over backwards, not even by an inch. The goat started to worry. What exactly had he hit? Hadn't he punched a human made of flesh? It was as though he had slammed his fist into a steel wall, and it was his fist that was hurting. However, the goat was too scared to move his fist from George's face. After all, if he did, the expression on that face would probably be terrifying. George's hand knocked that fist away.
You could probably get testimony from my old classmates at school. Yes, I was an antisocial person. However, there's one more thing that they'll tell you. Something far more important.
George was only grabbing the goat's massive fist in his tiny hand. However, that fist was being crushed as though it had a vice around it. Even though the other hand was so tiny, the goat couldn't even move its fist.
Ishiramiya George never fought for himself, no matter what happened to him. He was a coward who ran away from all threats. Everyone will tell you that. However, they won't tell you that he never got into a fight. I accepted the fact that someone as pathetic as me would be bullied. However, there were people who took my side in spite of all my flaws. And when those people were bullied or harassed, never, even once, did I tolerate it!
The goat's broken teeth flew through the air. George's leg split the heavens.
Shannon approached George for his money and...
A goat's filthy finger touched Shannon's back. That finger exploded and boiled away.
My love for George-san is true and pure. George-san must have kept all of the letters I wrote him. Read those and you'll have your proof.
You can write anything in a letter. The contents of a letter are no proof of true love.
A blazing red light charred the goat's entire body. Shannon slowly turned around, her face full of rage and contempt.
Pitiful spectator, ignorant of love. You have not even the capacity to read the hearts of others, much less a mystery. Disappear!
An absolute barrier rose up around Shannon, incinerating the goats around her with its intense heat.
Yeah, maybe we are dead, but that doesn't give anyone the right to criticize us. No one can deny the love Mama and I shared.
Maria grinned, showing her teeth, and performed her job without even looking at her hands. Then, she gave the fully loaded rifle a rough toss up into the air. Come and get some. Rosa, who stood back to back with Maria, caught it without turning around. No, that wasn't quite it. Maria's throw had landed the gun directly into Rosa's already outstretched hand in a precise blind exchange. Rosa's head was pointed at the ground, as she stroked the frigid trigger with her index finger.
If any of you doubt my love for my daughter, step forward.
The crowd of goats, cowed by Rosa's ferocity, dared not approach.
Then I will deny it. Being the serial cheater you are, you were always off playing around with the man and leaving Maria all alone.
Nothing like that is written anywhere in Maria's diary.
You should know better than anyone else. Rosa didn't love you. She was a total shithead of a mother who regretted even giving birth to you.
Erica peered at the unfeeling moon, the taste of metal in her mouth. For a moment, she couldn't make sense of her new situation. Was that cold feeling on her back the ground? Huh? Why am I lying down? And wasn't the moon full? Why isn't it now? Come to think of it, my teeth hurt. There's something cold and hard. Then she figured it out. She was lying sprawled on the ground with a gun barrel shoved into her mouth, and the thing splitting the full moon was the angry king of wolves protecting its child. The gun barrel exploded inside her mouth, shattering her medulla oblongata. But it was only her afterimage.
What a terrifying woman you are! Are you really human?
Having escaped death at the last moment by leaving an afterimage, Erika was confronted at her new location by the glint of metal which had been there even before she reappeared. The fountain pen went right through Erika's eye, crushing it. Of course, that was another afterimage. However, when Erika escaped and reappeared somewhere else, a heel was already there waiting for her. From the goat's perspective, several afterimages of Erika seemed to have appeared all at once, and had all been taken out simultaneously by Rosa.
If you say that again, I'll have to get serious.
Mama's really strong.
What the hell?
And so, Erika couldn't reappear anymore. At the very least, not within Rosa's range of attack. Erika put a lot of distance between her and Rosa, reappearing in midair.
What are these people? What the hell?
Erika's animal instincts made her turn her head slightly to the side just in time. Where her head used to be, there was an odd shower of sparks. It wasn't magic. It was a real, physical phenomenon caused by lead smashing against lead. To think that two bullets shot from different angles could have flown with impossible precision at where her head once was, so that both of them hit and bounced off each other like billiard balls. So close.
Sorry about that. We're big fans of the whole take out the boss first strategy, you see.
You know, we're pretty good at clay pigeons. Flying along in a straight line probably isn't a good idea.
The two of them spun their rifles in exactly the same way at exactly the same time, reloading them in a way that put old westerns to shame, then pointed them back up at where Erika was in the sky.
You monsters!
Once again, their accurate shots plunged through the forehead of Erika's afterimage, bouncing off each other like billiard balls with a shower of sparks. NezumiVA with the 10 euros. Haven't been able to catch any of these live before, but I had to make it to the final one. So glad this is introducing so many people to Umi's. Incredible streams, incredible voice acting, hell yeah. Thank you. This time, Erika appeared far behind them. She had to admit it. She had been forced to escape to a place outside the range of those guns fired by humans. Then, the light from the moon was blocked. The place that she had fled to so rapidly exploded, sending chunks of rubble flying. A massive longsword had been plunged into the ground. It was Dlanor's sword.
Oh, if it isn't my old friend.
Erika had dodged it by a hair, but this bulky, brutal longsword was more of a cannonball shaped like a sword than something for cutting with. Despite the successful dodge, the blast of air pressure made her eardrums throb. Dlanor was serious. She had seriously intended to smash Erika to bits.
What's with the scary face? Can't you try and act a bit, I don't know, cuter? Do you find this enjoyable? Destroying people's dreams and illusions? Of course it's enjoyable. What do you expect an intellectual rapist to do? You are an evildoer. And yet, I used to believe that you were the sort of evil that could be sympathized with. I never asked for your sympathy. Not cutting you down immediately upon our meeting. That sin of mine is what helped bring this day to pass.
Dlanor's hair bristled with rage. Seeing this expression on the one she had once called a friend, pinned Erika to the spot.
My friend, allow me to free you before you can suffer. I will not allow you to bear any further sins. Whoa, wait!
The force of anger that welled from Dlanor's whole body struck Erika, or rather the swirl of blasting wind from Dlanor's massive longsword sent her flying. As Erika took leap after leap backwards to escape the bladed cannonball, it smashed apart the ground in the spots where she had just been, so it almost looked as though Erika herself was smashing the earth beneath her with each backwards jump.
Dlanor. Friend of mine. Rest in peace!
Once more, the great longsword split the air and pulverized the ground. However, this time, Erika was nowhere to be seen. Where had she escaped to? This time, Erica had broken the barrier of the Golden Land and landed on a ship whose bow was barely in sight. Practically speaking, she had run away. Fully aware of this, Erica howled, her face contorted with humiliation. Her shoulders heaved with her breathing, and she had even forgotten to fix her hair. The scythe fell from her hand and landed with a clank to the floor. That sound brought her back to her senses.
You good-for-nothing goats! What are you standing around staring for? Open the gun ports! Low concept negation explosion rounds! Don't worry about aiming, just fire!
The warships that had flown into the Golden Land opened their gun ports one after another. Then they all fired at once in a scattered mess of cannonballs. The hundreds of explosive rounds they fired would negate the concept of any thing or person they touched, smash them into little bits, and set them ablaze with flames. The battlefield full of writhing goats became a fiery hell. A cannonball smashed the arbor. The once beautiful garden maze was burned down piece by piece, and the fleeing gold butterflies were drowned in flames, burning into nothingness like little scraps of paper. This was no longer a battlefield where two sides fought for victory. It was just a confused, hellish pot. The Golden Land was being torn apart. The once beautiful rose garden was filled with explosion craters, and its rose petals were scattered about without pity. Flying bits of flesh, blood, fangs, jaws, shrieks, and half-crazed screams. And even amidst this hellish swirl, the goats and the dead continued to fight. As seen from atop the boats, this was without a doubt hell.
Whole ships! Drop anchors!
When Erica yelled, the goats on the boats ran about frantically, and one by one, massive anchors hanging by chains were thrown from the ship's bows down into the earth below. Those anchors smashed through not only the ground, but the bottom of the Golden Land itself, digging into their wedge-shaped tips.
Erica! Oh, Beatrice-san, what a huge battle this is. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you.
Beatrice landed on the front tip of the warship, facing off against Erica, who stood on the bow.
You will not be forgiven. I will finish you myself right here!
Beato jabbed with her pipe. It transformed into a beautifully intricate, long, and golden sword.
Very well. Bring it on. Let's settle this.
Erica threw her scythe up into the air. When it returned to her hand, it had become a sword similar to Beato's. The nearby goats crowded around Erica, trying to support her.
Stay out of this. Anyway, you all need to start lifting the anchors. Tear up the Golden Land by its roots!
Aye, aye, sir!
The goats saluted and rushed to their posts. Several dozen ships had lowered their anchors, digging into the base of the Golden Land. Soon, they were going to pull them up and try to tear the Golden Land to pieces.
Come, Erica! I'll give you the honor of my final duel!
Beato raised her sword, bowed in the ancient fashion, and waited for her duel opponent. Erica kicked off her shoes violently and slowly walked up to the tip of the boat barefoot. Then, in accordance with Beato's rules, she bowed back. A duel on the prow of a ship that pierced the sky. Below, the crowd of goats was being blasted away by the indiscriminate cannonballs, burned up and crushed in the panorama of this world's end. Even thinking about who among the Ushiramiya family was still alright was now ridiculous. Yes, it truly was the end of this world. The end of the Golden Land. Ground to dust, filled with flames, the Golden Rose Garden was burning spectacularly, the air filled with a shower of burning sparks and gold dust. The ground, the base of the Golden Land, creaked as fissures ran through it. All of the ships started pulling up their anchors at once. Crowds of strong goats used all of their... Whoops, scrolled too fast. All of their monstrous strength to lift them. The anchors that dug into the Golden Land's base spread cracks throughout the entire Golden Land. Not just the ground, but the air itself was filled with cracks, and shards of gold fell down everywhere. The Golden Land's end was adorned with the flames of hell and streaking gold fragments, with fiery red and ephemeral gold. Atop the boat's prow, Beato and Erica looked down on this, their swords crossed and sparks flying between them.
Now there's one hell of a sight to see. Don't you think it's fitting? This the perfect final chapter for your tale. The Golden Land may meet its end. I may perish as well. However, no one can erase the fact that we were here. Ange reached the answer. The Witch of the Future has a mission and hope, and will soon go off on a new journey. We have already succeeded.
A Wild Hannah appears with the 32 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for doing this series. It's been an incredible ride, and you got me to pick the game back up and obsess over it for months on end as a bonus. It's been fantastic. Thank you.
Too bad, Furudo Erica. The battle ends with our victory.
A duel between the master of the illusion called the Golden Land and the witch who controlled truth. The earth split behind them. The Golden Land was torn up. The cat box known as the Golden Land was ripped apart, and the nothingness below peeked out through the cracks. One more goat fall. The scrambling crowd of goats fell through the gaps and were swallowed by the sea of nothingness. Beato's friends were also among them. They helped each other, stretched out hands to each other, intending to hold on to everyone to the very end. But that is such a fragile fantasy, and what romantic optimism it is to embrace it at the end of the world. The ground shattered and sank. It fell apart into the ocean of nothingness. None could survive. None could be saved. This was destruction. As the friends fell into the sea of nothingness, they looked up one last time and prayed. They prayed that the master of the Golden Land would leave proof that the Golden Land had indeed existed. However, Beato didn't look down at them. They wouldn't have wanted her to.
This is our Golden Land! I am the endless and golden witch Beatrice, and I am here! Though we may fall, we will not suffer defeat. You will become living evidence. I'll carve the proof of our existence into your chest! So long, Beatrice! This marks the end of your execrable, endless game. Fall into the depths of hell, you illusion!
Lambda Delta and Burncastell's fight to the death had passed through its phase as a dynamic clash of fireworks, and was now a clash that was quiet and motionless. These two witches, who possessed power on an entirely different level, may have been truly equal in strength. The battle could only be resolved by mutual consent, if one of them lost interest or found some reason for wanting to lose. Since both were putting their all into the fight without yielding a bit, they were absolutely and completely equal.
Lambda Delta, I'm glad to have you as a friend.
Damn it. Just a bit longer. Just fall apart already, stupid magic circle!
Battler got irritated and punched the magic circle, but there was nothing he could do except continue to watch over it. After all, the only way to dissolve it was by waiting. However, the pair of them still felt relief, if only a little. Lambda Delta really was strong. Even in a battle this spectacular, she fought on an even footing. Now, if you also took confidence into account, she seemed to have a slight advantage to Battler's eyes. She would probably manage to buy them enough time. Ange would take the key and be able to return to the Golden Land. They just had to endure a bit longer. However, they had no way of knowing what Lambda Delta's fate would be after this. She had disobeyed the Synod, the highest level witches in existence. A brutal fate probably awaited her. However, even knowing this, Ange had to step forward into the future without looking back. That was the single duty given to her, the Witch of the Future.
Oni-chan, what's that? Something's coming towards us from a long way away.
Huh? Crap! Are they enemy reinforcements?
Lambda Delta and Burncastel were glaring at each other so they didn't notice. Heading towards them from the distance were several emerald green glints. That light showed that they were enemies.
But there's only a few of them. They won't be a match for Lambda Delta.
All of the cats so far seemed like fish in a school, giving the impression that they'd be terrifying as a group, but not much of a problem by themselves. However, there was something different about the lights approaching them now. They were approaching in a beautiful, ordered formation, like a constellation. Battler quickly realized that this was something formidable.
My Miko, isn't it about time to prepare the key?
Just by her tone, Battler was able to tell just how great a witch this was. The black cats that surrounded her in a graceful and systematic constellation were all wearing large capes with elegant designs. It looked as though great overlords from many worlds had been transformed into cats, leaving only their capes untouched. What Battler imagined was quite true. That was exactly what had happened. These were the overlords from many worlds that formed Featherine's personal guard. Their bodies took the forms of cats merely as a sign of respect to their master who took the form of a human. These were entirely different from the pack of wild cats that served Bernkastel.
Oh, Aurora. Oh, is it that time already?
Keeping the guests waiting in anticipation is an important factor when holding a party. It is, however, not something I'm particularly fond of.
As she said this, her eyes flicked to Lambda Delta. The latter bowed hurriedly. Though Lambda Delta grinned, she was also sweating with a brow furrowed with tension.
How long has it been, Lady Lambda Delta?
A pleasure to see you, great Lady Aurora.
This is no place to entertain one such as yourself. Did you get lost on the way to the party? If so, then allow me to guide you there myself.
That would be an honor, great Lady Aurora.
Featherine Augustus Aurora, the legendary Great Witch. It is said that she transgressed the limits of a witch, becoming a creator, and that upon reaching this forbidden plane, she was cursed with a deadly ailment. Menlo with the $2, the most Game Master Anthony coded person in this VN. Jesus. However, in life, she once turned her pet cat into a witch. They say that this second witch wanders the Sea of Fragments endlessly, searching for any fragment capable of reviving her master from the pit of death called boredom, if even for a moment. And the cat did revive her master. Revived the sacred witch who had reached heights none should reach. Just as witches look down from a higher world and sneer at humans, calling them pieces on a game board, so she looks down from a world higher still and sneers at the territories of witches, calling them pieces on a game board. If a witch's strength is measured by the height of the world they are capable of reaching, then she was like a witch come back from the realm of the gods, the one who had touched the highest forbidden heights and survived. Was there any chance of winning against her? No. Not only could Lambda Delta not choose to win, she couldn't choose to lose either.
My Miko, would you mind playing with your friends some other time and getting back to work now? Prepare the key.
Okay.
In the simple, naive way cats forget their errand partway through doing it is their true charm. Don't you think so, Lady Lambda Delta?
Lambda Delta didn't say anything, but hung her head low. From this position, it seemed that the key's seal would dissolve at any second. However, Bernkastel would probably find Battler and Ange before that. Once the two got their hands on the key, they could leave this place immediately. But that was only if Bernkastel and Featherine didn't find them first. Bernkastel couldn't be allowed to move from this spot.
Looks like that's game, Lambda.
I'm the Miko of the Great Witch Aurora, remember? You haven't forgotten that the Witch of Theater-going bestows her protection upon her reader Mikos, have you? Still keeping her head lowered, Lambda Delta gave no answer. The Witch of Theater-going gave protection to her reader Mikos. If Lambda Delta attacked Bernkastel, who was a Miko, then the Great Aurora, in accordance with her contract, would take that as an attack against herself and respond accordingly. Let's make a deal.
For what?
Where's Battler hiding? If you come clean, we'll let all of this slide.
Is the Witch of Miracles afraid of a tiny little piece like Battler?
It's because I am the Witch of Miracles. I won't forget that even a little pebble like him's capable of creating one.
It was a little pebble that got a big break as a Witch of Miracles, after all.
I'll ask one more time. Where is Battler? Too bad, Lambda. It looks like that's your answer. Bernkastel turned her back on Lambda Delta. Then she told her master that she was leaving to prepare the key, and she started swimming towards the key room. If I let her go any further, she'll find Battler and Ange. Battler readied himself. This time, it was his turn to become a sacrifice. Even though he was nothing more than a single pebble, he could still put out an eye. A candy firework exploded right in front of Bernkastel. Lambda, you really are a moron. Lambda Delta.
I've done it now. Battler, Ange, the rest's up to you.
The cat overlords changed their formation, becoming a ferocious constellation that surrounded Featherine. Then, each drew the most terrifying of magic circles from their respective worlds and began to chant. I am slightly confused. My Miko, and you too, Lady Lambda Delta. What sort of sideshow is this? It looks like Lambda wants to stop me from going to get the key. Oh. And what would the point of that be, I wonder?
If you're having trouble understanding that, then you must be getting a bit tipsy, Featherine. Looks like you need a pick-me-up.
Lambda Delta acted as tough as she could. Her fingertips were shaking slightly. An attack against a Miko is considered to be an attack against her master. You should know this as well as anyone, correct?
I know it. That's the rule that says I'm gonna have to pick a fight with you guys.
Oh. Have I or my Miko caused insult to a Miko of yours? If so, please accept my apologies. But will you not tell me? I don't believe you have a Miko at the moment. How long have you had one?
As for that, I've got a ton of them. 30 or 40, I think. Maybe even more. I, Lambda Delta, will handle any fight picked against one of my Mikos, so no matter who the opponent is, all of them are certain that a happy ending will come. As the Witch of Certainty, I can't abandon people who put their faith in certainty and work hard to achieve their goals.
Your tale would not be a disagreeable one. It would be worthy of my viewing. However, I am not a spectator at the moment, but a performer. I know that you are my Miko's close friend, so I will give you one warning. Remove yourself from this stage. I will prepare a special seat for you in my audience seating.
I've been thinking about which is more interesting. Your tale, or the tale that I've been watching.
And your conclusion?
Battler's tale is 100 times better. Sorry, but I'll be getting Best Supporting Actress this year. Hey, you guys! You better vote for me in that last character popularity contest, okay? At least in the top 5, got it?
Who are you talking to? As Lambda Delta pretended to joke around, she calmly glared at the one weak point. If she had a chance for a single attack, then a 1 in a billion shot at victory existed. That horseshoe-shaped memory device floating around Featherine's head. Without that, she couldn't preserve her own being. Destroying it would be impossible, but if Lambda Delta could just jar it a little, she might be able to make it bug out. At least once in the past, Featherine's memory device had been damaged, and her personality and appearance had changed. However, she was aware of that herself, and probably wouldn't let that happen again no matter what. Very well, Lady Lambda Delta. When you finish your script, feel free to send it in whenever you wish.
The script's simple. Just one line. The fantastic cute Lambda Delta-sama took out the evil mastermind Aurora in a single shot.
Foolish Lambda. I never realized how stupid you were. The cats need not interfere. I will personally reward Lady Lambda Delta for the courageous tale she has submitted. You will be granted a fitting tale and a fitting ending for your bravery.
Featherine Augustus! How Aurora!
Lambda Delta summoned magical power from her whole body and raised it in a mass above her head. Forgive me, but... And then, the world's time stopped. Your script will not be used. After all, rather than time stopping, it was more like someone had stopped flipping the pages of a book. In this motionless world, closely packed letters appeared. The one writing the rest of the script will be me. They were the tale that had been written up to this very moment.
Featherine Augustus! Aurora!
Lambda Delta summoned magical power from her whole body and raised it in a mass above her head. That was where the paragraph ended. In this frozen world, Featherine sat with her arms crossed. How troublesome. It's been so long since I've written a fight scene. After such a development, how vexing it is to suddenly be handed the pen. When I get stuck writing, I try to write in reverse. In other words, instead of starting at the beginning, I start at the end and go backwards from there. That way it's easier to set up foreshadowing, and I can write the story with my vision for the end in mind. The only downside is that it's surprisingly difficult to write the climax without having set up the story first. For lack of a better idea, I'll start at the end of the fight and go back from there. Lady Lambda Delta, having suffered defeat at my hands, you draw your last breath. Junpop45 with the $5. Star Platinum Zawarudo. As Featherine said this, words were added to the massive group of letters that filled the frozen world. However, she was starting from the end, so there was a large gap between the new words and the old ones. So, what will your defeat look like? You should probably have a heroic end to suit your bravery. How about this? You get blasted away by something or other, slammed against a bookshelf. Your limbs snap off, and then, having perished, you fall into the darkness and disappear. Yes, quite a flashy way to go. Good. For now, that's how your final moments will be. The blanks were being filled up with the outline Featherine spoke of. At the same time, Lambda Delta's figure was wiped out. After crossing her arms and thinking again, Featherine pointed in a suitable direction. Spread-eagled against the bookshelf Featherine had pointed at, reappeared Lambda Delta, who had slammed into it after something or other blasted her there. Well now, I must write up the fierce battle that leads to this end. But as you correctly surmise, I'm a little tipsy at the moment. I'll fill that part in later, when I have some time to go over it nice and slowly. For now, let this be enough. I promise to add in a heroic fight to your liking later on. Featherine snapped her fingers. Lambda Delta had no idea what was going on. Before she could even blink, she was suddenly here, slammed against a bookshelf.
What is this?
She couldn't comprehend what it was that Featherine had killed her with. However, that was only natural. After all, even Featherine herself hadn't decided. However, Lambda Delta did understand one thing. She was already dead. Streams of blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. Then, lines of blood appeared on her wrists and ankles, her elbows and knees. She looked like a marionette doll of herself.
Help me.
Precisely, Lady Lambda Delta. Let me know if you have any good ideas.
You... monster!
Still pinned against the bookshelf, Lambda Delta let her head slump. Her wrists, ankles, legs, arms, and neck. Each of those broke off as separate parts, and the marionette shaped like her had lost its strings, falling in pieces into the depths below. Nothing remained. It was all swallowed up by the darkness beneath them. A monster, she says. Quite a compliment for one such as I.
Lambda Delta!
Ange,
Don't look! You can't look!
Ange closed her eyes tight, shedding bitter tears. She must not look. The Witch of the Future must not accept Lambda Delta's defeat.
She hasn't kicked it! She was brave, and that's all there is to it!
I know! Lambda Delta would never lose!
Pop. At that moment, there was a slight sound, and the golden key that hung in the air shook. The seal on the key had finally broken. Battler grabbed it immediately. However, at the exactly the same moment, a magical impulse shook the entire vast space of the key room.
What?
That impulse seemed to have shaken something inside my pocket. I stuck my hand in and found that the fragment Lambda Delta had given us to return to the Golden Land had shattered.
Damn it! Lambda's fragment!
You were so close, too. Spectra with the $20. Happy Umineko Day, everyone. Just got done with errands, so I'm going back to the start of the stream now. Looking forward to the inevitable trauma that awaits me. Good luck. No, there's nowhere to run.
Burnkastel.
If Lambda had been a little cleverer, she probably could have bought you 5 more seconds. Then you would have taken that key and escaped to the Golden Land. Looks like the Miko suffers too when the master is a fool. Oh. Feathering quietly showed her surprise. To truly surprise her was no easy task. The Witch of Miracles, who boasted that no one could even step on her shadow unless she wished it, fell. After taking Battler's right fist to her face, she fell. Burnkastel's body immediately split into dust and reconstructed itself in front of Battler, as though nothing had happened. However, she was holding her cheek. She couldn't undo the fact that she had been hit. For the first time in 100 years, she had let someone tread on her shadow without wishing it. Her expression gradually filled with shock. And Battler's? It couldn't be seen. His outstretched right arm was blocking it, so his expression couldn't be seen.
What?
Take it back.
Take what back?
She didn't let the next strike hit her. Burnkastel vanished like mist, then reformed a short distance away. However, Battler had only missed her by a hair's breadth. Not because she had intentionally made it so, but for real.
Oh. Ouch! Ouch!
Finally, she truly began to feel the pain of being punched in the face. Too many years had caused her to forget the very concept of pain. Very slowly, it was coming back to her.
Oh! 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 Oh!
Burnkastel writhed in anguish, holding her cheek. The feeling forgotten for centuries seemed to be hitting home hard. Battler looked at her. Their eyes met. Once again, Burnkastel remembered an emotion she had forgotten for hundreds of years.
Does it hurt? The pain of your words ridiculing my friend is greater than that!
And then, a shudder. What Battler saw before his eyes was Burnkastel trembling with fear for the first time in centuries. To Burnkastel, it didn't even look like Battler was rushing at her to deliver another punch. It was as though she was being sucked towards where he stood with his furious fist raised. As her eyes opened wide in terror, Battler's massive fist filled her vision. Of course, he wasn't capable of hitting her. Burnkastel was just like a shadow. It was true that trying to grasp her form was meaningless, akin to growing envious of the moon reflected on the water and trying to hit it with a stone. You cannot smash the moon on the water's surface simply by throwing stones at it. However, Battler threw, and threw, over and over, determined never to allow the moon to appear there again. Fiercely thrown pebbles tore the water's surface. They smashed the moon's reflection, splitting apart the water's surface itself. leaving even the bottom of the pond bare, breaking through everything. And that certain and absolute willpower broke through to a miracle. A backwards kick that Battler shot out without even looking behind him drove into empty space. In that space, Bernkastel reappeared with a foot in her gut. Indigo with the 2 pounds. Battler's going to piss on the moon.
Take back your ridicule of our brave friend.
The Witch of Miracles fell. For the second time, she fell. Once would have been a miracle. Things that happen more than once aren't miracles anymore. Bernkastel understood. Battler had her fully grasped. Then, she fell, slammed against the floor, struggled up onto her hands and knees, and vomited. She threw up violently over and over. Her face was covered with pain and vomit and tears and snot. Then, she looked up at Battler with a furious expression and howled. And she wasn't howling at Battler.
Oh, Aurora! Your Miko is getting beaten up! What are you standing around watching for? Take him out!
Forgive me, but I'm busy writing Lady Lambda Delta's final moments right now. I cannot come to your aid. Why don't you all give her a hand? Featherine's guard, the cat overlords, now formed a different constellation. Then, each drew a magic circle and began chanting.
You know what these are? Each one of these cats is the final form of a main character, each from a game like yours. Every one acted the main part in their heroic tale, and the story of their bravery was given honor, allowing them to become Aurora's guards. Each one fought for the very existence of their country, their planet, their universe. What about you? At best, you've just been playing around with your little sister and some imaginary witch. These main characters are on a totally different level from you. Eat this and die. Take to the gut, you puke spittle scum!
Kitty with the 2 pounds. Featherine, that sounds like a you problem.
Hernichan!
The many spectacular magical spells displayed the beginning of a universe, the creation of planets, then their destruction and the universe's end, all in an instant. After that, not a speck of dust should remain. However, when the smoke cleared, there was a person standing there. It stood there, its hands in its pockets, and its head hanging quietly. Its face was in shadows and couldn't be seen.
Oni-chan! What the hell?
Jam Jam with Canadian $2. Can't believe Goku was among the cats. Battler seemed to be completely uninjured. Not only were his clothes not burnt, his hair hadn't even been disturbed.
What the hell? Stupid cats, that didn't work at all!
The cat overlords silently shook their heads, sending a short report to their master. Endless 9.
What the?
It seems no one can interfere with their tale. Forgive me, my Miko. It seems the cats have reached their limits.
And you call yourself overlords of many worlds? Didn't you all used to be main characters in some game board? And this is the best you can do? You're pathetic.
The cats knew. They had known from the very beginning. If this man before them was the main character of this board, they wouldn't be able to interfere. My Miko, creating a tale on this game board is a privilege extended only to the Game Master. Since that right has been asserted, I, being the mere writer that I am, must respect it. I shall return to my position as a spectator.
You useless master!
Battler, I apologize for the ridicule your friends suffered at the hands of my Miko, and I see that right to weave your game board I see that the right to weave your game belongs to you, the game master. You will weave your own game. That is as it should be. However, my Miko is also a game master in your game at the moment. It seems the two of you opened the game board at the same time. It's rare to have two masters for a single game, but this miracle pleases me. After all, I can rest assured that this will make for a proper final game for you both.
Stand up, Burnkastel.
I see. So, you're saying that if two game masters are going to fight, they should do it by the rules of the game. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? Burnkastel slowly got to her feet, and made her body melt away like mist. Junepop45 with the $2, Featherine has entered spectator mode. Then, she appeared in the air once again, facing Battler. Very well. I'll fight by the rules of your game board. However, I'm not as patient as you all are, so I'll start with the short-tempered, overwhelming puzzle, and end this in an instant! Who will be my opponent? I don't mind if you both take me on at once.
Mii-chan, I'll fight too!
Stay back.
Why?
Watch from there. And this time, understand what I wanted to teach you.
Mii-chan! How's that? How, Aurora?
I will be your witness. If you defeat my Miko, I promise to return you all to the Golden Land. Assuming the Golden Land still exists, that is.
I believe in everyone.
That's right. Beato and everyone else won't lose.
In that case, it's better that we start with the bad news. Erica, you can make your report now. Come. When Burnkastel snapped her fingers, Erica appeared with a bow. Pardon me for the interruption, my master. Sorry, Erica. I shouldn't have kept you waiting when you came bearing good news. No problem. Rejoice, my master. I've come to report the complete destruction of the Golden Land.
Liar!
The Golden Land has been totally destroyed. I'm here to report that it has collapsed and fallen into a sea of nothingness. Not just the humans, but the fantasy creatures as well have been completely annihilated.
Liar! I won't believe it!
Then allow me to convince you. Take this, my master. Erica humbly presented an object wrapped in cloth. It shone with a golden light. What's this? A golden apple? This is the heart of Beatrice, master of the Golden Land.
Beato!
Burnkastel grabbed hold of it, held it aloft, and gazed at it. Even like this, it's still beating. You're so cute, Beatrice. The game board that you might be opened again by someone. You still believe that, don't you?
It's okay, Oni-chan. We didn't see Beato get defeated. This is some sort of tactic they're using on us. A tactic to make us lose our morale. Or maybe it's just a tactic of Beato's. She changed herself to pretend that she'd been defeated. There's no way that Beatrice, that everyone, the Golden Land, could be destroyed.
True. If the Witch of the Future believes that, she might be able to make it so. So, let me show you. Watch closely, Witch of the Future from 1998. Burnkastel threw the golden heart into the air like an apple. Then, with the blood-red blade of a scythe that appeared in her hand, she split it. Beatrice died in October of 1986. Therefore, the Golden Land she created was completely destroyed. Your relatives kept alive in the Golden Land were destroyed along with it. Your father, mother, and of course, Battler, will never return to you again. and will never speak your name again. A witch of the future has the power to interpret things how she pleases and rewrite what happened. However, there's just one fact that she can't overwrite, no matter how much she struggles. And that is death. You cannot overturn any notion of death, be it physical or mental. It's the single blade of truth with which witches of the past can strike down witches of the future.
Hang in there, Ange.
But...
You decided to accept it, didn't you? You decided to live on, even if no one came back alive. Didn't you?
I know, but...
Even so, a tiny sliver of hope had remained inside of Ange's heart. A hope that despite everything, just maybe, if I was blessed with a miracle, someone would come home after all. Heartwolf with the $2. I reject your red truth and substitute my own. It wouldn't matter when. It could be 10 years later or 50 years later. It wouldn't even matter if they didn't recognize my face. I believed that someone might come back someday, and I had decided to live with that tiny hope in my chest. Even though I had accepted everyone's death for a time, even though I had seen it in the Book of the Single Truth, I thought, what's the harm in believing in a miracle? Just a little. A miracle that you believe in when you know it won't happen is hope. And so, the witch who presided over the fact that miracles don't happen had ruthlessly torn that hope away.
Don't cry.
I know. But...
Even the big brother you're crying to right now is already dead.
Oni-chan isn't dead! He's here! Right here!
Don't cry, Ange.
But...
Don't cry!
At Battler's shout, Ange bit back her tears.
If it's like that, then so what? What do we of the past mean to you living in the future? Ange, what witch were you again? Whether we're alive or dead means nothing to you.
That's not true! I want you to be alive!
That's not what I mean! You can cross over life and death, remember?
Ange didn't understand what he was telling her, so, stunned into silence, she frantically considered what her brother was trying to tell her. Battler slowly lifted his face and stared at Bernkastel.
And you aren't a witch. You're a reaper.
That's right. I have the sickle that reaps all hopes and miracles. So I must be what you say.
You're a reaper who stole away the hope that kept Ange alive and lured her toward death.
The one who teased Ange with truths of the past, stealing the future from her eyes and making her look only at what was already behind her. And the one who thrust the hope-crushing single truth in front of her, gently pushing her from behind as she, of her own accord, took that step from the skyscraper's roof off into a world of nothingness.
Now I will free Ange from the curse that you are! No more will her old curses hold her prisoner! Ange will step forward into the future, but not into the emptiness of the abyss that you're trying to lure her into. She'll step into the future beyond 1998, a place where she will live strongly.
Humans are wretched creatures who walk into the future while staring back at the past. That's why they fail to notice even the most obvious pitfalls and plummet headfirst into them like comical fools.
Come, Bernkastel! A witch of the past like you can't block the radiance of the future!
Then I'll get started. By the rules of your game. I'll give you some locked room riddles. But since I'm short-tempered, overpowering, and easily bored, I'll give you all of them at once. Bernkastel spread her hands, and it seemed as though a halo or angel wings were spreading out behind her, each of the countless rays that spread out from her. was the blue trailing blade of a locked room mystery. They were the countless, endless number of locked room mysteries that Bernkastel had amassed, the souvenirs she had brought back from the many places she had visited during her long travels through the Sea of Fragments. All of those rays twisted at once and aimed towards Battler. It was as though infinite giant snakes had turned their heads to stare at him. If you fail to shoot down even a single puzzle, then this is goodbye. I'm not as patient as Beato, who gave you until October 5th at midnight to give your answer. If you don't answer immediately, you die. In that case, this wasn't mystery anymore. This wasn't an intellectual game, but a merciless assault. Manlow with the $2, and now it is Bernkastel's turn to become Toho. Die. All at once, hundreds of guided lasers known as mysteries shot at Battler. The complex geometric figure drawn by those blue lasers were nothing but divinely beautiful. Each one was a mystery. Trying to solve each one in this oppressive hailstorm would be like threading a storm of approaching needles. Battler flew freely through this vast space, dodging the beautiful blue streaks of mystery as he shot them down one after another. The entirety of the mystery knowledge he had built up to this day told him the answer to each puzzle. Each time his eyes glowed with the answer, one of the mysteries shattered. However, that mystery was only one of hundreds. This hardly rose to the level of opposition or resistance.
Oni-chan! It's impossible! Run!
There's no unsolvable mystery. Just like there's no inescapable fate.
Oni-chan!
Watch, Ange. Don't miss what I'm trying to show you.
By now, the bundle of mysteries looked like one giant snake with blue streaming behind it. Battler skillfully dodged it, precisely splitting its many fangs off one by one, even though he knew it was a useless resistance, like trying to pick up all the grains of sand on a beach one by one. Not bad. Are classic mysteries your specialty? Then what about twists on the genre? Let's see if you can handle more and more mysteries from all times and places. Even though Battler was still fighting the giant snake, wings appeared behind Byrne once more. And they gave birth to 7 more huge snakes. It now looked like a great dragon with 7 heads. Yoshiromiya Battler. It's true that you're a very avid reader and an expert on the mystery genre, but you're still young. There's a limit to how many books and mysteries you could have read. Learn that this world is filled with countless riddles and tricks that you've never heard of.
Oni-chan! This isn't possible anymore! Please, just run away! You can't beat Bernkastel!
Battler's expression remained calm. However, his whole body was covered with sweat, and he was breathing hard. It was clear that he couldn't overcome this onslaught, though he himself refused to admit it. Battler wiped away his sweat, and fixed his gaze on the 8 snakeheads that surrounded him in 3 directions.
Ange, you believed in the miracle that someone from your family might still be alive. And after living that way for 12 years, you lost heart. You gave in and succumbed to the miracle that refused to happen. In that case, if I'm going to be seeing you off as you try and step forward into the future, I can't afford to give in to another miracle.
That's right, but I'll still harvest your miracles and hopes. All of them without mercy. What was now an 8-headed dragon opened its 8 jaws. It looked for weak points from all angles, hoping to swallow Battler in a single gulp. He wouldn't be able to dodge any longer.
Ange-san, if you're expecting a miracle, then I have some bad news for you. Beato has now been completely destroyed, and that's even been announced in red. Do you know what that means? Since Beato has been destroyed, the Golden Land has been destroyed also. That means that every last one of them has vanished. In other words, you no longer have any friends who can conveniently show up and save you from this pinch.
Beato had been destroyed, and that had been confirmed in red. Therefore, no one else would come to rescue them. Even Ava was a resident of the Golden Land. After helpfully breaking the key's seal ahead of their arrival, she had probably hidden away somewhere. However, now that Beato had been destroyed, all of the residents of the Golden Land had met the same fate as ice under the sun. Any faint hopes that Ava was hiding in the shadows, ready to save them from this final pinch, had been completely crushed from the moment that Bernkastel had smashed the Golden Heart. No longer was there anyone who could save them. There was no hope at all of her brother being saved by any factor not already present. What about herself?
I'm just standing over here watching. If I help, will I be able to bring about some kind of miracle? But I don't know that much about the mystery genre. I only have the most superficial knowledge of how to fight, gleaned from watching Beato's game fragments. I'll have my work cut out just trying not to slow him down, so there's no way I'll be able to protect him. But I can't just watch. Oni-chan! Let me fight too!
Stay back! Just keep watching and think.
Think about what?
Go back to how you felt at the very beginning. Back when you were 6 years old, when it all started.
How I felt when I was 6.
You've lived the last 12 years looking for the truth. But that wasn't your real greatest wish, was it?
My greatest wish.
We prepared this final game because we wanted to protect that wish and that hope. But unfortunately, you wasted it. So you'll have to abandon that hope as you step forward into the future. But even so, if you have strength in your heart, you can have it.
Have what?
Remember, your very first wish, even after learning the single truth. Remember.
The single truth. Even after learning the heartless truth, that everyone is dead and that no one will come home. Remember, your very first wish.
Oni-chan!
There was a cataclysmic flash, as brilliant as the birth of a sun. The snakes, glowing pale blue, ran through Battler all at once. Battler was stained red, surrounded with a cloud of blood. Then, he stumbled, and looked at Ange one final time. Ange couldn't say anything in response. The light in Battler's eyes faded, and slowly, his body began to fall. It reached the ground, and landed gently, like something settling on the ocean floor. Ange rushed toward him, and looked at the final face of her dead brother. His eyes were opened wide, filled with an unwavering determination to the very last second.
Remind me, was Ange-san particularly good at mysteries?
She's nothing compared to Battler. The waving snakes raised their heads, and surrounded Ange. Ange had no blades to fight with. She could only cling to her brother's dead face, saying his name over and over. This is a surprisingly boring ending. I guess this is checkmate. The 8 snakeheads all attacked at once. Ange held her brother's face, thinking about his final words.
My very first wish. There could only be one thing. That everyone would come back. That fueled my life for 12 years, until I was so exhausted that I abandoned my own hope. Then, in exchange for the hope that I'd abandoned, I searched for the truth. And at the end of the truth, I was confronted with something brutal and ruthless that I had no need to know. And as a result, I was faced with the true despair of knowing that no one would come home. The final hope, which I had abandoned but hadn't been able to let go of completely, was crushed. The single truth. If only I hadn't learned it, I might still have been able to keep hold of that faint hope. But now... You can still have it. If you have strength in your heart, you can still have it. Remember your very first wish. Battler was coughing. Impossible. His whole body had been pierced, and he had been completely dead. For him to cough would be too much of a miracle to be possible. What? Why? Battler died! So why was he revived? Battler rose to his feet slowly. Though blood still dribbled from his mouth, his expression was fearless. However, Ange didn't stand up. She kept sitting, her head lowered.
Well, that was a nice warm-up. Shall we get started, Bernkastel? Round 2!
What in the... Why, my master? The dead can't revive! Impossible! Battler is dead! How can he revive? Oni-chan is alive. I've used the red truth! I've said that Battler is dead, right? So how? How can he just come back to life? Even if the whole world says he's dead, I'll be the one person in the world who believes Oni-chan is alive. And someday, he'll come back to me.
That's right. As long as you don't lose that hope, there's no miracle that can be crushed. How dare you stand before the Witch of Miracles and speak of miracles yourself! Swallow them! Grind them up! Erase both siblings now!
Digimaniac with the $20. Witch of Resurrection, rise up.
You can't erase us. Even if the whole world refuses to acknowledge it, the miracle will happen as long as we believe!
The 8 wriggling snakeheads transformed into a massive whale jaw and swallowed everything.
There will be no miracle. There exists no one whom you can trust. So die! There is someone. Everyone will protect me.
The cruel whale of mystery that tried to swallow everything was gouged deeply by a massive wedge. That deeply pounded wedge could only have been used by someone who had both talent and a deep love for mysteries.
You call that cliche a trick? I've read and gotten bored of that one long ago.
The woman who stood back to back with Battler, launching stakes, was very, very clearly.
Beato! How? I announced your death with the red truth. So what if you did? The red truth is absolute. A perfect truth which no one can overturn no matter how hard they try. Even if the whole world gets together and denies that my family is still alive, even if that's forced in front of my eyes as the single truth, I won't acknowledge it. After all.
Ange slowly rose to her feet. Around her, the shapes of people slowly appeared, and they also rose to their feet. One after another, a whole crowd of them. They were Ange's family, her relatives, everyone from Rokenjima. That wasn't all. Everyone from the Golden Land, all of the fantasy creatures appeared and followed Ange's lead. They rose to their feet. Then, all of them glared at Bernkastel.
Even if the whole world denies my hope, I won't abandon it. I won't abandon my unshakable hope that everyone is alive. And now, I've finally gotten there. This is it. My attitude as a witch. You... Weren't you just a witch of the future? Just a powerless witch who could only shed tears of regret for the past? I am the Golden Witch, Ange VRChat. My titles are the Golden, the Endless, and the Witch of Resurrection.
You've reached it, haven't you, Ange?
Yeah. Thanks, One-chan. After all those long years, I'm there at last.
I always knew you could get there.
Thanks, One-chan. I understand it now. And what your last game was trying to teach me. Disappear! Putrid delusions! I can't accept something like this! Everyone will be there with me for eternity! No matter how many times people try to kill them with the red truth, I will reject it. Everyone will come back to me, again and again! I am Ange, Witch of Resurrection. In my world, your red truth can't touch me!
From Ange. No. From Ange and her family and her friends, several golden streaks shot out at once. They were the same as the marks left by Bernkastel's great snakes. However, the glow inside these was gold. Then, they wriggled, combined into one single mass, and transformed into an eagle with 2 wings. It wasn't one-winged anymore. Thanks to Ange's absolute willpower, the golden eagle had gained the wing it needed to fly into the future. Those spread wings made Bernkastel and the whale shrink back.
The Ushiromiya eagle never looks back!
And it never gives up!
The golden eagle easily swallowed the blue whale with its wings, grinding it to bits. And it didn't let the whale's master escape either. It was now Bernkastel's turn to run. Bernkastel didn't fight the golden eagle. She couldn't. In this world of Ange's, where even the red truth couldn't hurt anyone, just what sort of attack could have any effect? She frantically ran this way and that, throwing one wedge of red truth after another at the Ushiromiya family.
Ushiromiya Kinzo is dead! Ushiromiya Kraus is dead! Ushiromiya Natsumi is dead!
She repeated this over and over again, but no one fell down. Ange wouldn't accept it, so they couldn't pierce anyone.
Can Endless 9 really do this? Even the red truth doesn't work? Just what is this golden truth? What kind of truth can defeat red truth? A believing heart. This is our consensus. Compared to the truth that we all acknowledge and share, your red truth can't hurt anything.
So long, Bernkastel. This time, it's really checkmate.
I won't accept this. I won't!
The massive golden eagle finally swallowed Bernkastel whole. It then slammed into the vast ceiling, and there was an incredible explosion accompanied by an earthquake. From the cracked ceiling, along with many falling chips, a single black cat plummeted and slammed against the floor. Erica ran up to it, repeatedly calling out to her master, hugging it. Then, she realized that it was still breathing, and simultaneous expressions of relief and shock rose to her face. Care Bear and Ross with the $5. The truth we all acknowledge and share is a golden truth. Don't worry, I won't let you lay a finger on my truth. And in the same way, I won't lay a finger on your truth either.
She looks like a wet mop.
Called it a free scolding for her own good. Beato, don't act too cozy with my big brother. I still haven't accepted your relationship, got it?
It was your own foolishness to revive me. It's too late. My charming subordinates and I will be tormenting you until the day you die. And I'll make make you watch Battler flirt with me every day. What?
Well, this is pretty convenient. Looks like this resurrection magic has an off switch.
What? Wait,
Beato kept appearing and disappearing like a light bulb turning on and off. Ange seems to be enjoying herself.
Battler! Ange's being mean!
Go easy on her, Ange. Sure,
If you say so, Oni-chan.
Ange, you're incredible! Who are you?
Ange-sama, congratulations on becoming a Witch of Resurrection. This way, we'll all be with you forever. Yeah, that's right. Everyone. The anti-magic toxin doesn't matter one bit. You'll be with me for all eternity.
Nice, Ange. Well said.
Everyone surged forward, squishing Ange. They tried tossing her into the air, but dropped her onto her butt, and everyone laughed. Ange looked a little bit resentful, but when her brother lent her a hand, she got up and joined the circle of smiles. A quiet applause greeted them. Featherine, their witness, had acknowledged their victory and was clapping for them. Splendidly done, Lady Ange VRChat. In celebration of this miracle, I bestow upon you the title of Lady. The tale you weaved was quite entertaining. There's no need to be hostile. I'm congratulating you. Featherine smiled serenely. Then, the cat overlords broke their positions in their constellation and lined up behind her. It was clear that this was not only a peaceful action, but part of a solemn ceremony. You've defeated my Miko, and I thank you for sparing her life. As you can see, she is my cute pet cat, which I can keep to stave off boredom. If she died, boredom would overcome me as well. The true strength of this being, who referred to Bernkastel as a pet cat, had already been made clear during her fight with Lambda Delta. Even so, Ange spoke.
I won't forgive you for killing Lambda Delta.
My, that doesn't sound like the words of a Witch of Resurrection. Can you not revive her whenever you wish?
Huh? I can revive her?
It's okay. I'm sure that Lady Lambda Delta has been revived somewhere thanks to your power. There's no need to worry. Indeed. She's already been moved to the audience seating I'd prepared for her. Do not fear. She's receiving the red carpet treatment.
Really? That's wonderful.
Ange finally relaxed and let the tension leave her whole body. Well now, Battler, you are now the sole game master of your final game.
True. That cat of yours will probably retire after that.
Perhaps you should carry on with the final ceremony of your game. My Miko is as forgetful as a cat, but she can sometimes be as persistent as one. I suggest getting it over with quickly.
Yeah, I'll take that suggestion.
I shall be your witness and write a detailed account.
The final ceremony. So even this game is about to end.
Battler nodded silently. Then he stepped out of the crowd and motioned for Ange to follow him. As Ange passed by each member of the Yoshirimiya family, they cheered her on, giving words of encouragement. Battler took out the golden key and handed it to Ange. It now had the same glint it had possessed when he had first given it to her. Then, two doors appeared out of thin air on either side of them. They had a stately design, making it clear that this was a very important decision.
Am I supposed to pick one without any hints?
Of course not. I'll give you a hint. By now, it should be an easy puzzle. A simple puzzle with two answers. And you'll choose your answer by opening one of the doors.
I see. Okay. So, this is a continuation of that Halloween party. I fell asleep during that party, didn't I? I'm glad to finally wrap that up properly.
Beato, come forward.
This is your fault for falling asleep before my puzzle. I'm glad I've gotten a chance to tell it.
Sorry about that. Sounds like it'll be pretty tough.
Who are you? He'll be fine, Ange. I wonder about that.
Prepare yourself, it's a tough one.
Calm down, Ange. It's an easy puzzle. Do you remember what your brother told you at the very beginning? About how to choose the best possible option?
Battler, you're giving too many hints. This is the triumphant return of Lady Ange, Witch of the Future. All you have to do is watch over her.
True. Then I'll hand it over to Beato. I'm counting on you.
Indeed. Then, let us begin.
Okay.
Ange gulped, then stared up at the witch's face. The witch held out her left hand, bringing it close to Ange's face. Then, she slowly spread her fingers. Look carefully at my palm. I'm not hiding anything, correct?
Yeah. There's nothing there.
Watch closely. I'll make a fist, and then stretch out my index finger. She stretched out her index finger and held it right in front of Ange's eyes. Watch the tip of my finger closely. Ready? It'll be fast. The witch rapidly lifted her index finger high into the air, pointing at the heavens. Just as Ange looked up to see the finger raised high, it swung down as though trying to dodge her gaze. In that manner, the finger swung up, down, left, right, then left again, as though Ange was playing a game of Achimuite Hoi. Feeling as though she'd lose if she couldn't keep up with the fingertip, Ange swung her face this way and that, looking serious. The witch's hand moved faster and faster. Ange didn't lose track of it. Then, the witch's high-pointing finger took a sudden swing downwards. And when it stopped, her index finger was curled up and her hand was held in a simple fist. Ready? I'm going to open my hand. The witch slowly opened her right fist. And there was a cutely wrapped candy. Ready for the question?
Yeah.
Was this a trick or magic? That's my puzzle for you.
Go ahead, Ange. Give your answer. Is this a trick or magic?
I know what the answer is.
If your answer is magic, open this door. If it's trick, then open that door.
I had already decided my answer. The witch showed that her left hand was empty. She made a fist and waved her hand around. When she then opened her right fist, there was a candy there. Was this magic or a trick? Yeah, I know.
This is my answer. I walked over to the door that represented the answer that I had chosen. Then, I put the golden key into the keyhole and turned to face everyone.
The Ushiromiya eagle never looks back.
That's right. Sorry. I gripped the key tightly and twisted. Then, the key and the door flashed brilliantly and slowly faded away. Beyond the door was a strangely colored space. If I step into this, I'll reach the future I chose. Before taking that single step, I spoke without turning back.
The Ushiromiya eagle never turns back, so I won't turn around. But I'll say this. Thank you, everyone. But this isn't goodbye. I'll always be with you all.
Yeah, you won't turn back, but we will always be standing behind you.
It's not it. Despite it all, I still believe. I'm positive that everyone will come back.
Ange. That's good, Ange. I look forward to the day when we all meet again.
Ange, my adorable granddaughter.
We may be away for some time. Here, don't forget this. It's your prize from that quiz party.
A gold butterfly flew over my shoulder, landed on my palm, and turned into a Beatrice doll. This was lying next to me when I woke up on the sofa, wasn't it? This was my prize.
Take it back to the future with you, and treasure it.
Thanks, everyone. I took a step forward into the future. I won't say goodbye. So, see you later. We'll always be together. The wind brushed against my cheek. I slowly opened my shut eyes. I might have had my eyes closed for a very long time. Even the sparkles below me seemed blindingly bright. It was a strange world, with a sea of light beneath me. The wind was cold. However, it told me that I had returned to reality. I was standing with one foot outstretched over the sea of light below me. How long have I been here? Since the moment I was lured by Bernkastel, just about to take a step off the edge. Time has probably been stopped for me. I slowly pulled my foot back in. Then I leaned against the fence and sat down. The sky was far away, but so was the ground. This whole time, I've been in this sad place, so far from both of those worlds. I can't go to the sky. In that case, I have to return to my world. And the elevator's probably the way to go. I've had enough skydiving. I really doubt it'll happen again. There won't be any more miraculous survivals if I jump down from here. After all, some Witch of Miracles has already guaranteed that a miracle like that definitely isn't happening. Then, I finally noticed them. The guards that President Okonogi had assigned to me. They were approaching the fence with forced smiles and sweat dripping down their faces, trying not to startle me. That's right. I got away from these guys before jumping off, didn't I? Did you think I was going to jump?
Well, you did look,
Sorry. If I jumped, I guess you'd really catch it from Okonogi-san.
Ange-san, it's dangerous there. For now, please come back to this side.
Let me stay here just a little longer. It's okay. I won't get any sudden ideas. Does one of you have a cell phone?
Yes.
I want to talk to Okonogi-san about something. Would you mind calling him? The guards looked at each other, then rushed to take out their cell phones. They looked like they didn't want to put me in a bad mood in case I jumped off and left them to take the blame.
The president's picked up. Here.
Thanks. Hello? Okonogi-san? Yeah. Sorry for calling all of a sudden. No, it's excellent news. Bit of an early Christmas present. I'm giving all of the Ushiramiya group to you. That's right. In exchange, I have a few things I want. As she gazed down at the sea of stars spread out on the ground below her, Ange spoke. She spoke of how she would live from now on. Ushiramiya Ange's strange and mysterious adventure ends here. But my life will continue. After all, I now have a job to do. I am Ange Beatrice, Witch of Mariage Sorcière. Ushiramiya Ange just fell from here and died. I am Ange, the witch. I'll live as a witch. And so, your game ends. As Ange opened the door and vanished from sight, the residents of the Golden Land disappeared as well. Afterwards, only Battler could still be seen. He had now finished doing everything he could for Ange. Close the door. I believe there was some rule about closing this door?
Yes, that's right. The rule said that you needed 2 people to close it.
Hey, Auntie Ava.
Don't call me that, it makes me feel old.
The 2 of them stood to the left and right of the door that Ange had vanished through.
Ange, let there be happiness in your future.
After all, we'll always be with you.
Then the 2 of them held their hands out in front of them. As they did, a door popped into existence and closed. Then, the door itself faded away.
And now, we've completed our role.
Yeah, this marks the end of the piece's purpose.
You've worked hard, both of you. And with this, we shall clean up your game board.
Slowly, the world began to crumble. At a glance, it looked as though the city of books was starting to fall apart. But that wasn't it. Battler and Ava's world was being cut off from the city of books. The world broke apart bit by bit, and the ceiling would probably fall in soon. Indigo with the £5. When the Seagulls cried there were 2 to 3 survivors doesn't have quite the same ring to it.
This is goodbye, Battler-kun.
Yeah. See you later. And count on it. Take care of Ange, Auntie Ava.
At least in the end, try calling me Ava One-san, will you?
See you later, Erica. Somewhere. Someday.
Both Ange and I were witches of truth. So, just what was the difference between the 2 of us?
I wonder.
I was a witch who suffered through the truth. However, I turned my back from that truth. She, on the other hand, was a witch who, even after learning the truth, continued to believe in her own truth. If she was the real witch of truth, then what kind of witch was I?
If you ask me, you aren't a witch. After all, you're the detective.
Good. I'd forgotten.
We'll meet again. Someday. Wherever there's a crime, the detective's sure to be there, right?
Yes. When another crime occurs in the Yoshirimiya family, I promise to appear.
So long, great detective.
So long, my rival. I look forward to the day when the 2 of us can cross blades again.
Those were the final words the 2 spoke to each other. Care Bear and Ross with the $2, but I mean, if you insist, Witch of Trauma. A mighty roar and a cloud of dust blew by, covering everything. And then, everything vanished. Nothing remained. Battler and Ava were both gone. The city of books was shrouded in silence. It's all over. Yes, great Lady Aurora. You will take care of my pet cat. Now, I shall go too. There are some things that must be cleaned up in this world as well. When Hachijo made her announcement, everyone fell silent, thinking they had misheard her. Before too long, though, the crowd exploded with a shower of questions about what she meant by this.
That's too cruel! You can't do this after dragging us along this far! Madam Hachijo, we come from far and wide to see it! How can you do this now?
I will say it again. I've changed my mind. Yoshirimiya Ava's diary will not be made public.
A scam! This is all a scam! Is this really Ushiramiya Ava's diary you're holding? I say you cooked the whole thing up. You think you can get away with something like this? Show us the book!
Children of man can be so hideous. Neither you nor I have the right to read what lies in there. However, now that I think of it, this has been quite an entertaining show. I was fortunate enough to witness an amusing side of Children of Man tonight, as they disturbed the sleep of the dead and promulgated rumors with abandon. Let us go, Vern. I have had my share of entertainment for the night. A black cat jumped onto Hachijo's shoulder, and she disappeared off to the side of the stage, the Book of the Single Truth in her arms. Only the angry yells of the massive crowd remained. And so, the people gradually lost interest in Ushiramiya Ava's diary, some even doubting whether it had ever existed at all. Though the weekly magazines were in an uproar over Hachijo Toya's apparently fraudulent claims, there were some who began to voice an opinion that the Rokenjima mystery itself was an indiscreet desecration of the dead. It wasn't likely that Rokenjima could rest in peace just because of something like this. However, people became slightly more hesitant to show open interest in the Rokenjima mystery in public. An unopened cat box is eternal, and so Rokenjima will probably never find peace. However, even so, compared to how it was before, life will surely be easier. Because, as the years pass, the dust will slowly pile up on where it lies in the depths of oblivion. At the bottom of the deep sea known as the depths of oblivion, the witch's cat box will probably get slowly buried as the years pass. Feathering threw a single golden rose into that sea, an offering to let the cat box rest in peace. Let us mark the end of this long story with the tale of that golden rose. In the darkness, there was a massive roar and an earthquake. When it passed, dawn began to rise over the endless night. The third day, October 6th, 1986.
Where am I?
We're in the wreckage of an old submarine base. Do you remember?
It's where it all started.
The place where we first met 2 generations ago.
Sounds pretty romantic if you put it that way.
Battler and Beato could be seen in the ruins of Rokenjima's underground submarine base. The cave's mouth opened to the sea, and the gentle sound of the waves drifted in along with the cries of the seagulls. It seemed that the typhoon, which had closed off the island for 2 days, had finally gotten bored and gone away. Beato went down to the shore and lifted up a large sheet. Beneath it was a motorboat. Mira with the $2 rose to the cat box, rest in peace to all in it. Of course, it wasn't from the time of the war. It was modern.
Pile this up on the boat. It's heavy.
Whoa, this is a gold ingot. I thought they all got buried.
I thought something like this might happen, so I snuck this one out beforehand.
The single heavy gold ingot was dropped into the boat. I'm not sure how much this is worth by itself, but it must be quite a lot.
Have you ever driven a motorboat before?
You're joking, right?
It's easy. I'll teach you.
She wasn't used to this, but after several mistakes, Beato finally got the engine started.
If you go out that way and hop from island to island, you'll see Nijima before too long. Then you can just land on a sandy beach.
Aren't you coming?
I cannot. I'm the master of the Golden Land.
Rybko with the $5. Battler and Beato sitting by a submarine, K-I-S-S-I-N-G. Well, it almost works as a rhyme.
I cannot leave this place.
What's to be gained from staying?
What's to be gained from going?
Let's live.
I cannot. I've already committed countless sins in countless worlds. The number of lives I've taken, sins I have committed, is too great.
But you haven't committed any sins in our world.
No, that's not true. Go. Go while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise, I may seal the island in a storm again.
Battler suddenly spun around. When Beato turned around to see what was going on, her body was suddenly lifted into the air.
Then, I'll take you back as a souvenir of the Golden Land.
Let go! This isn't safe.
Enough screaming. Listen carefully, Beatrice.
What?
I'm going to steal you away.
But...
As Battler quietly gazed at her with serious eyes, Beato was lost for words.
If you've sinned, then it's my sin as well for making you do it. So let's carry your cross together.
Battler...
As long as I live, I'll carry your cross. Let's leave this Golden Land. You and me, together.
Beato was now too shocked to say anything at all. Then, tears poured from her eyes, and she covered her face with both hands. Battler gently set her down on the boat. He undid the mooring ropes. Now there was no longer anything tying this boat to the island.
Let's go.
Controlling the boat as Beato had taught him, Battler slowly guided it out. When they passed out of the dimly lit cavern, they were immediately struck by the bright rays of the sun and surrounded by a crowd of white seagulls. Kronk with the $5. I may not have been here for the last few streams, but I'll definitely be binge watching to finish this awesome series of streams. Truly awesome work. Thank you. As the seagulls flew this way and that, the feathers they dropped in the water seemed to celebrate the boat's departure. Jam with Canadian $5. It's no white horse, but it'll do. The brilliant sunlight told them that they were now free of this island's curse. The sky, now free from the seal of the typhoon, seemed too bright to be real. Feeling hot, Battler took off his jacket. It was swept away by the wind and danced through the sky. However, instead of panicking, Battler just smiled as he watched it go. Beato also watched it go. No, she watched the island go. Rokenjima, and the Golden Land she'd spent 1,000 years in.
Will I be able to live?
You will. You won't have a magical butler, but there's a lot of conveniences out there in the world. There are all kinds of things you can't find on Rokenjima. I'll show you this world of ours.
Will I be able to live?
Beato repeated the same words again. Battler knew what she meant. However, no matter what answer he gave, he wouldn't be able to resolve her problem now. However, there was a way to resolve it. Time and heart. Little by little, bit by bit. Like a chain being cut by falling drops of water, he would have to sever the curse of the island gradually, over a long period of time. It might take a long, long time. However, someday, she will be free. That's what I believe.
I am the sinful witch who toyed with hundreds of deaths on that island. Your world is too brilliant for me.
No, you have to live. I answered immediately and forcefully. If you think you need to atone for hundreds of sins, then keep on living and living. Live as hard as you can with everything you've got.
Axel the King of Fire, with $20. Goodbye, Rokenjima.
That's the only way you can atone.
Is that truly the only way to atone for my sins?
That's right. And you'll definitely be able to do it someday. Trust me.
Battler.
Come on, don't look at me with those teary eyes. It's embarrassing.
Forgive me. Then at the very least,
Would you close your eyes?
What? Why should I? Hey, your face is pretty close.
foolish man, you ought to be cursed for taking the witch away from the Golden Land. That's why you must close your eyes.
It's embarrassing for me, too. As soon as Battler shut his eyes, soft lips covered his. Then they slowly drew back. He tried to open his eyes, but received a quick slap on the cheek.
Don't look! I told you not to look at my face!
Come on, what's there to lose?
You have no delicacy!
Don't open them. Not yet. Why? Why?
Because I want to kiss you again!
The next kiss was on his earlobe.
Hey, quit it! Now this is getting really embarrassing.
He knew he'd get hit again if he opened his eyes, so he resisted with his eyes still shut. Beato tickled his ear by softly blowing on it. And then she spoke in her usual cheerful, bullying voice.
Sorry, Battler. I'm a terrible, atrocious witch.
Yeah, I know. You're an evil, cruel witch.
And so,
I cannot atone for my sins. I'm the sort of witch who can cackle over hundreds of deaths.
Come on. But it isn't. It's just like you to say that.
he accidentally opened his eyes. And when he did, the witch was nowhere to be seen. The Golden Witch had vanished, like a dream or an illusion. Alright guys, this is the one of the parts that I was talking about earlier that has auto-scrolling text that it goes too fast for me to read, so please, if you've only been listening, this is your time to pay attention and read the screen, please. And so had the single ingot they had carried with them. Battler. Oh wait, I'm not reading it.
Didn't I tell you, Battler? I'm an atrocious witch, so I cannot atone for my sins. I cannot live. Battler, you fool. You made it off the island alive. You would throw that away?
I won't let go of you.
It pleases me to hear you say that. However, I'm a creature of illusions, and you are a human. We have different worlds to go back to. I will return to illusions. You should return to your world. So long, Battler.
And thank you.
You think I'll let you get away? You're my golden witch.
Battler, you fool. You fool.
If falling into the abyss is what you desire, I will fall with you. If that is a world of nothingness, then let us disappear together. But until the very last moment, you will be mine.
This was the bottom of the sea, far beneath the waves, a small and fragile tale of a faintly glowing golden rose resting in the deepest depths of darkest shadow. Manlo with the $27. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. 1998. Radko with the $5, and when the seagulls cried, so did most of chat. Me too. A black luxury car was parked at the rear entrance of the skyscraper. Arahabaki Gaming with the $10. Thanks to all people who were here, people who never stop thinking make life worth living. Thank you for this reread, Marcy. It was full of magic. Sleep peacefully, my beloved golden witch. Chef. Men wearing suits were packing a heavy-looking attaché case to its trunk.
Let me handle all the rest. We'll take care of all of your troublesome work.
I'm counting on you. Yuri Cannibalism with the $2. Reposa in pace. I'm sure Aunt Eva would be glad to entrust it to you. The person she trusted most. Out of the building came Ange and President Okanogi. Ange's expression was peaceful. It was hard to imagine that this was the same person who had always looked so dark to Okanogi.
In her later years, the company president was very ill. She might have said some fairly harsh things to you, but I don't believe that was how she truly felt.
I know. On my bad days, even I say some things that I shouldn't.
You've changed.
You think so?
I thought you would never forgive the president for as long as you lived.
You're the one who taught me, Okanogi-san.
I did? Did I say something?
Without love, the truth cannot be seen.
Did I say something that pretentious?
It's been a long journey. It really has been a long journey. All just to understand what you told me that day. Of course, Okanogi understood. He understood that she had taken a long and arduous journey through her own heart.
Once you've decided on your new address and bank account, get in touch. I won't let you want for anything.
Any problems with the Sumidera family?
Leave that to me. We have your power of attorney as our rallying point. Thanks to that, the Yoshiramiya group has a united front. Because of what you did, Ange-chan, the business built by the former president's been protected. I truly believe she'd be joyful at your decision.
I'm just making you deal with all the hard stuff. The Yoshiramiya group was shaken by the passing of the great president, Yoshiramiya Eva. Since there was no clear successor, the group had been in danger of splitting. Amidst this, Ange, who had inherited a large portion of the group's stock, was closely watched to see how she would act. Junpop with the $5. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. However, since Ange had shown no interest in any of this, and had gone around talking about things like selling all their assets and donating everything to some charity, the group had grown very shaky indeed. There was even a chance that an outsider, such as the Sumidera family, would step in and destroy the Yoshiramiya group. As disturbing as it may seem, it's a fact that some even wished for the center of all this trouble, Ange, to disappear. However, because Ange had a change of heart and decided to help do what was best for the Yoshiramiya group that Eva had brought together, the worst-case scenario had been avoided. Okanogi had been named as Ange's successor. Now that he had Ange's trust, there was no more reliable ally to be had. Okanogi himself had certain plans that he could carry out based on the knowledge that Ange trusted him. Okanogi, who had carried great responsibility in the Yoshiramiya group thanks to his position as Eva's closest confidant, was the most natural choice to be Eva's successor. And thanks in part to his ability, everything had now been wrapped up smoothly. This way, the Yoshiramiya group was secure. By now, the Yoshiramiya group was the only thing other than Ange herself to hold the Yoshiramiya name. So she might have thought of it as her last tie to her family.
You know, you're free to come back anytime you want. We'll have a chair set aside just for you.
Thanks. Just knowing I have a place to go back to, I can set off on my journey in peace.
What are you gonna do from now on?
I'm going to become an author.
An author? To write novels?
It doesn't matter what. It could be novels or picture books. If I have any skill at drawing, maybe I'll do a manga. What I do doesn't matter, as long as I can share my heart with someone.
Sounds like you've set a noble task for yourself. I'll be praying for your success.
Thanks. If I manage to publish a book, I'll send you a copy.
I look forward to it. Just a second. I look forward to it.
The car's trunk was closed with a clunk. Apparently, all of her luggage had been loaded.
Ah, yes. Allow me to introduce you to the driver. He's a protege of mine. He's trustworthy and you can rely on him for anything. Oh, And he worked as a guard for the old president for many years, so you might recognize him.
As long as it isn't a Makusa.
The man walking out of the driver's seat sneezed.
Now that hurts, Missy! Hey, Amakusa, just what have you done to her?
Well, he was always the most flippant of Aunt Ava's guards. I was helping for pretty much anyone else.
But he was also the one closest to you, wasn't he?
At least listening to him talk can be pretty entertaining.
The boss assigned me to be his contact with you. If you ever get into any sort of trouble, just let me know.
Can I send you to go buy toilet paper?
I'll even buy you some feminine hygiene products to go with it.
See? The guy's a creep.
Okanogi guffawed. I got into the back seat.
Stay well, Ange-chan.
Guess this is the last time anyone will call me by that name.
Let me know when you've decided on a new one.
Okanogi patted the roof of the car. At that signal, Amakusa honked the horn and removed the handbrake.
So, till you've decided on a new name, I guess I'll be calling you Missy.
That's fine for now.
Okay. Where are we going? North? South?
Any recommendations?
How about leaving the main island entirely? I'd suggest north to Hokkaido. Huge meadows, giant clouds, a novelist writing stories in a log cabin. Sounds awesome.
South it is. I'd already decided to do the opposite of whatever you said.
That's pretty harsh.
I'd like to go someplace warm. A town with a view of the sea.
Anjik slowly closed her eyes. Things had been pretty crazy lately, and she was tired.
Roger that. Next time you open your eyes, you'll be in unfamiliar land. It'll be a warm town with a view of the sea.
Can't wait to see. What's your cheers?
The car got onto the freeway. It was surrounded by the great river of cars heading east and west. By now, no one could tell which of those points was the car she rode in. Starting today, Ushiramiya Ange would change her name and live in a new climate. Changing her name didn't mean that she had given up on being Ange. This was Ange Beatrice's mission.
I am Ange Beatrice, the golden and endless witch of resurrection, a witch of Mariage Sorcier, the final witch who is still alive in the future called 1998.
We've got the tea parties still left. So stick around. We're not nearly done yet. Well, I mean, the tea parties aren't incredibly long, but, you know, we've still got a good bit of meat to get through. So, let's start with this one. The majestic witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating set down her pen, looked at the ceiling, and sighed deeply. The desk was covered with a scattered mountain of paper covered with writing. Words were packed onto the pages in a thin, high-information density language that only the great ones could read. Each letter of this language carried the same amount of information as several books in the human world. These letters filled every inch of this huge pile of paper. Surely she had written out every little detail of some world.
I've written all there is to write. Though to be accurate, more could yet be written.
She stood up, sat down in her favorite rocking chair, and rocked peacefully for a while.
How much must one write before they can say they've written it all? And that is what's bothered me in all my years of writing. The adventures of humans can be very interesting as a tale. However, even I still don't know when that adventure stops being an adventure. My old friend, who is now gone, once said that a human's life is an adventure from beginning to end, so there's never a correct time to set down one's pen.
I do not agree. I think one must put away the pen at some point. I believe one should write a tale to an appropriate point, then leave the trailing notes and opinions of what follows to the minds of the spectators. In short, the tale must be put inside a cat box at the appropriate time. The cat box has been the subject of this long tale, so it's not better to refrain from writing the finale in its entirety, to instead put it in the cat box and leave it there? Featherine spoke to no one inside the empty study. Of course, no one commented on her words. However, Featherine seemed to hear something. She nodded and grinned contentedly. Yes, I know. I will write a bit further, then lay down my pen. Then it will be time for us to say our goodbyes. Featherine held up a finger and spun it around, a signal that she wanted to darken the room. The lights in the study dimmed. Would you mind letting me rest for a while? During that time, my cat, or rather my Miko, will entertain you.
Ow, 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 ow. You suck! Couldn't you be less clumsy with that needle?
Shut up. If you don't want it sewn by hand, I'll use a sewing machine. Clatter, clatter, clatter.
No, no machines! I want you to do it by hand. So please, just a little more gently. Ow, ow!
It's nothing a little spit can't fix.
Tell me before you start licking me all of a sudden.
I'm gonna sew you up with a long, fat needle now. It'll hurt like hell, so you'd better close your eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Ah, keep that stuff to yourself! Burn, don't!
But despite all this, the two of them were truly close. Though Lambda Delta had been brutally dismembered in the final fight, she had survived. But unfortunately, she was still dismembered. So Bernkastel was sewing her arms and head back on with a needle and thread. The left arm, which was still waiting to be reattached, walked around on the bed impatiently with its index and middle fingers. Only the arms were left to do, so it looked like this would be finished very soon. Then, Erica returned, slamming the door open.
I'm home, my master. I bought some sesame salt.
Why sesame salt? You aren't planning to put it in tea, are you?
It's Erica's toy. Erica, did you bring your chopsticks?
Yes, my master. Great detectives have their magnifying glasses. Frudo Erica has her chopsticks.
Are you ready? Pour out that sesame salt and use those chopsticks to separate the sesame seeds from the salt.
Yes, my master. Please watch my fantastic chopstick wielding skills.
Yes, good luck. When you're done, make sure you put everything back in the bag.
Are you still bullying her like that?
How rude. I'm playing with her. Ah, yes. Erica. The mailman just came by with a letter addressed to you.
A letter? I sense a crime calling to me. Don't tell me. I'll guess who sent it.
The postmark's from heaven. It's probably from Delano or someone. I'm surprised you're still in touch. All it takes is the presence of this postmark, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Bernkastel.
Hey! You can't do that, my master. Van Dyne's rule number 9. It's forbidden to have multiple detectives.
Bailey with the $2. The toxic couple got a pet rat. How nice. Then you'd better get out. So long, great detective Erica.
No! My master! Erica Witch of Truth is here to serve!
I still can't tell if you two like each other or hate each other.
Of course we hate each other. You're the only one I love.
How could you, my master? Lady Lambda Delta, it looks like there's not enough room for the two of us.
Are you serious? Are you challenging the great Lambda Delta?
Erica grinned and grabbed Lambda Delta's left arm that was walking around the bed.
Here's Lady Lambda Delta's arm, and here's the sliced open end of her arm.
Erica grinned and wiggled her fingers menacingly.
Wait, you aren't thinking.
Let's see if my rival can handle this.
Stop it! That tickles!
She tickled the open end of Lambda Delta's left arm. Apparently, she was extremely ticklish there. Incidentally, the open end of Lambda Delta's arm was cute and fluffy with white cotton candy poking out. Apparently, her body was made of sweet candy, with a bit of spice thrown in. Put your mind at ease, as there is nothing remotely terrifying about her severed arm. Erica ran around, screaming.
I've defeated Lady Lambda Delta all by myself, just like my master!
Lambda Delta growled and hissed at her. Berncastel kept on sewing, an exasperated look on her face. It was a very peaceful scene. So, what does the letter say?
Is there anything about how Blanor and the others have been doing?
Katie with the 2 pounds. I love my toxic Urian girl failures.
Gertrude's son has been promoted to a full inquisitor or something. Hip hip hooray, I guess. Oh, in addition to her cat, she now has a meow wolf, too.
What's a meow wolf?
What, you don't know? You're so out of touch. They've been all the rage lately. Even I got a female meow wolf a few days back. They make awesome competo, too.
I'm totally lost, but I'll make sure I stay far away from your homemade food in the future.
Cornelia-san is... Ooh. She learned that being good at martial arts gives you an edge in the Inquisitor exams, so she started combat training. Pretty hard to imagine her doing that, right?
Well, there's all kinds of combat training. What you doing?
Looks like kickboxing and Chinese Kenpo. Could that be Ava's influence?
Doesn't she look like she'd fight pretty good standing on one leg?
Good point. A certain someone must have toughened her up by making her stand on one leg all the time.
It also talks about Wilson. Ah, that's a surprise. Looks like Wilson hit it big on the foreign exchange and he's now living a life of leisure on the income from his real estate investments. Sounds like he's started playing badminton lately, too.
I'll bet he has a hellish coach.
His butt's probably swollen by now.
So, what about Blanor?
As usual, she's stamping things, sealing things, approving things, and sometimes even signing things. She humbly asks me to stir up a crime in her district, since she would get assigned to it personally.
Well, why don't you? This crime sounds fun.
They do say crime occurs wherever the detective goes.
Well, one of these days. If I feel like it, I might drop by to bully her. Oh, and there's also something here about the Chester sisters.
Wait, I don't want to hear it all at once. Let's hold off a bit for dramatic effect. Okay, that'll do it.
Ah, I finally grew my right arm back. Do the left one now, please.
Let's have some tea first. Erica, bring in a can of black tea and a pot of dried plums.
Yes, my master.
With this particular journey over and done with, the Voyager witches rested their wings. It was all so they could leave on a new journey in search of the next fragment. A short break between trips, backdropped by the pleasant scent of black tea.
Where are you going this time?
If you go north, I'm heading south.
Then if you go east, I'm heading west.
I hope we can find another charming tale like this one.
Next time, I hope you aren't playing the villain, Bern.
You think so? Being the bad guy was pretty fun.
I wonder, what kind of tale we'll find next?
And what kind of tale we'll next meet in?
The Sea of Fragments is tiny to a pair who love each other.
Children of Paradise.
The Sea of Fragments is pretty huge.
Ghost in the Shell.
We'll meet again, when something else cries.
Sounds good. Let's do that.
We will meet again, when something else cries.
The happy voices of the witches faded into the distance. So long, everyone. See you again, when something else cries. And one more tea party left. Just one last tea party left. All right. Let's get to it. And then, after the final tea party, we'll vote on the tattoo, and I'll show my little animatic, and then we'll get to talk and art. decades later. It was the largest banquet hall in this huge hotel. The many guests that filled the room chattered and applauded the person receiving an award trophy on top of the stage. The sign in front said, Biggs Publishing Company, Award Ceremony. And now, I would like to begin the novel category. The winner is a novel everyone here will be very familiar with. The story that started a worldwide movement that continues to grow in leaps and bounds. This fantasy adventure novel, Sakutaro's Great Adventure. The projector in front of the audience showed a brief summary of the series. It was a lengthy fantasy adventure novel that was already more than 8 installments long. The thrilling fantasy story told of the adventures of Sakutaro, a cowardly Vegetalion who makes friends, learns through his experiences, and grows in his search for the one fragment. The main character's catchphrase, "I'll become the king of the sea, become the king of the beasts," was even one of the candidates for the best phrase to come into modern slang award. In addition to being a thrill to read, the books also contained many messages for children to learn from, earning it high praise as an adventure novel that parents and kids could enjoy reading together. However, it hadn't received praise like this from the beginning. For the first 6 volumes, it went almost entirely unnoticed. But last year, when foreign translations of the series began, it got its big break and suddenly became a huge topic of conversation. Even before this series, the author had created quite a lot of works, but none of those had achieved any public acclaim. However, after this sudden rise in notoriety, her previous works were being reevaluated one after another. It's probably fair to say that recognition of her works was very late in coming.
Miss Kotobuki, congratulations on your award. Your latest, Sakutaro and the Witch's Island, was truly an excellent read.
Publishing company executives repeatedly showered her with praise. Sakutaro's Great Adventure. The author's name was Kotobuki Yukari. Nearly all of her royalties were sent to a fund to support needy children, and she herself served as the director at several protective institutions. Some envious people tried to call this fake charity, but the more that people learned about her, the more those voices withered and died away. Kotobuki Yukari. By now, that name rang loud and clear across Japan. She sat in a chair, cheerfully chatting with the people who came to greet her. Last year, it was discovered that she had developed a small tumor, and after the surgery, her physical health had dropped sharply. Because of this, even in this stand-up awards party, she was given a chair and sat down while greeting people. Some people lamented, saying that if only she had been given 20 or even 10 years, if only she had been even 20 or 10 years younger, she might have left her mark in history as one of the greatest authors in the 21st century. It had taken so long for her to receive the praise she deserved. She could no longer be called young. Even so, her determination to write had not wavered in the slightest. The story had gone around that, even during her stay in the hospital, most of her time had been spent typing away. She always said the same thing, that she hadn't finished telling everything she needed to tell. Did she mean that she hadn't fully completed Sakutaro's Great Adventure? This is how she answered when this question was asked by a journalist. If by writing even one more book, I can teach just one more child how to find happiness, then I will spend the rest of my life to write every book, every page that I can, because I still haven't fully conveyed the precious teachings I was given.
Miss Kotobuki, congratulations on your award. I hear the movie adaptation's been getting splendid reviews as well. From what I hear, you're set to break records with the best-selling books of the year.
Thank you very much for your kind words. It's more than I deserve.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. My name is X, head of Company X's first editorial department.
It's an honor to meet you. I hope we have a chance to work together sometime.
Actually, Miss Kotobuki, I apologize for being abrupt, but do you happen to know of the mystery writer called Hachijo Toya?
Hachijo Toya. What about her? She recalled that name for the first time in several decades. She hadn't expected to ever hear it again.
So you do know of Hachijo? I don't suppose you've ever met?
No, I've not. I did get to go to visit once, but I was an unknown back then.
And since I suddenly barged into the publishing company office, it's hardly surprising that I was refused an interview.
Oh, I didn't know that. Could it be that you were a fan of Hachijo's work?
No. I just wanted to find out what sort of person Hachijo was.
I see. Well, the truth is, about that novelist, Hachijo Toya would like to meet with you discreetly.
To meet with me?
Yes. It would not be a formal interview or anything, just a personal meeting, off the record. If you're interested, we'd be delighted to make the arrangements. Oh, and of course, this has nothing to do with work.
Hachijo Toya wants to meet Kotobuki Yukari. Just like I realized that Itoi Kukuro was Hachijo Toya, did she use my name to figure out my identity? The Rokenjima mystery, which was sometimes called the greatest social phenomenon at the turn of the century, that uproar which dragged in enthusiasts from across the world, had suddenly subsided after an event held by Hachijo Toya, where she was going to unveil Ushiramiya de Eva's diary containing the truth. Though she had set up the event herself, she then outrageously disappeared without releasing the contents of the diary, drawing harsh criticism for doing so. However, at the same time, this event resurrected a very, very natural feeling within the public, that all of this was prying into a terrible accident with many victims only for the sake of curiosity. And so, the frenzy surrounding the Rokenjima mystery faded away quietly. Hachijo Toya. No, Itoi Kukuro. She caught the public eye as a forger of Rokenjima mysteries. She claimed to have reached the truth, and released groundbreaking works of fiction one after another. She became famous as the driving force behind the Rokenjima mystery. After realizing that Itoi Kukuro was Hachijo Toya, I went to her publishing company to ask for an interview, but I didn't get one. At the time, I despised her. Back in the beginning, I thought she might have used the Rokenjima mystery as a publicity stunt to advance herself, but now I feel a bit grateful to her. If she hadn't refused to show the diary in such an outrageous way, the Rokenjima catbox might still be the plaything of countless goats. She's indeed a forger who toyed with the catbox, and I still have an uneasy feeling about her. However, at the same time, she is the one who, practically speaking, allowed Rokenjima to rest in peace. And did she really reach the truth or not? How is it that she reached something that, even from my perspective, was infinitely close to the truth? Even now, all these years later, that's something I'd love to know, if it's possible to find out.
What do you think, Miss Kotobuki? Of course, this is not an urgent request. I was told to tell you to take your time in making your decision if you wished.
I understand. Does Hachijo Toya live near the city?
I was told that a meeting here would be satisfactory at any time.
I see. In that case, can I ask you to arrange a meeting for us in a quiet coffee shop next Sunday?
Yes, as you wish. Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe Hachijo will be delighted as well.
I have one condition.
Yes, whatever you say.
I'm not going to discuss business, so please refrain from sending anyone from the editing department.
But of course, we'll do as you say.
Madam Hachijo and I will meet alone. Just the two of us. Can I count on you to keep that promise?
Well, as to that, we would, appreciate it if you kept this quiet, but...
What is it?
Well, the truth is, the works of Hachijo Toya are written by two people. To the outside world, those books were written by a single female author, but there's actually a second author, a man. The pair of them asked for a chance to meet you.
As soon as I heard that, I felt a premonition. How had Hachijo Toya, a person with no connections to the Ushiramiya family, managed to write about their private circumstances in such detail? I already felt a premonition of a certain kind of miracle. When I left on my journey, I abandoned the name of Ushiramiya Ange and stepped into a new life. By now, things had settled down, but back when the Sumidera family was still a threat, I wanted to distance myself from that name. Thanks to that, no one was able to get in touch with the new me anymore. However, this year, Sakutaro's great adventure had caught the public eye. It had made the name of Kotobuki Yukari famous, and maybe that name had finally reached his ears. I used to play with a lion-stuffed animal called Sakutaro along with Maria One-chan.
If those who knew this connected the name Sakutaro with the hint in my own name, then it's only natural that they'd figure out who I was. The number of people who could recognize me from this was very, very limited. This person was also well versed in detective novels, and a man. I could only think of one person who matched. Oh god. After all, I had learned just how many detective novels he had kept piled up in his room when going through his personal effects. It was almost the time we had arranged for our meeting. My heart was racing, almost like a girl in love for the first time. At precisely the arranged time, I heard the sound of the chime on the door, and they appeared. It was a man sitting on a wheelchair, and a woman pushing him. My eyes immediately fixed on the man in the wheelchair, and right away, I saw the similarity in his face. He was unmistakably my brother. My brother, Ushiro Bowler. When our eyes met, he gave a little bow. I hurried to my feet and bowed back. It was a somewhat exaggerated and silly way for a pair of siblings to greet each other after several decades apart. But the miracle I had waited for all these years had become a reality, and my mind was now completely blank. Are you Kotobuki Yukari? Yes, I am. And you two must be Hachijo Toya. A pleasure to meet you. Thank you very much for letting us borrow your precious time today. My name is Hachijo Ikuko. I'm mostly in charge of the actual writing. This is Toya. He mostly handles the drafting. Though the woman who called herself Ikuko was far older than me, she seemed to be unbelievably youthful. It wasn't because she was good with makeup or dressed like a younger woman. It feels strange to say it. There was a strange mystique about her, as though she was immortal and never aging. Then, I quickly remembered that she had introduced my brother as Toya. Pardon me for asking, but are you two married? We are not married, but we've been together for a long time.
True. Looking back on it, it really has been a long time.
My brother smiled as he spoke. When I learned that, at least for him, these long decades hadn't been a period of isolation and loneliness, I felt an incredible sense of peace and relief. I suddenly realized that he was staring into my face just as I had been staring into his. After all, when he saw me last, I was just 6 years old. It must be hard for him to find any traces he can recognize. However, I'm sure he'll recognize something just the same. We kept stealing glances at each other and looking away like a couple on a blind date. We were both at an age where outside appearances mattered to us, even though we both knew we couldn't let our polite exterior falter. This humorous exchange was extremely embarrassing. I thought that when fate reunited two people like this, they would hold each other and sob tears of gratitude together. However, it seemed that the reality of it was different. But that's fine. It feels like my heart will explode with happiness. Let's take our orders. Is coffee okay? What does everyone want?
I'd prefer something that isn't so bitter. How about you, Miss Kotobuki?
Oh, I don't mind. I guess I'll have cafe au lait. How stiff we're being. Even my brother seemed to be finding it amusing by now. Well then. When she said that, my brother and I fell silent and sat up straight. Should I start the conversation? Or would you like to be the one to do it, Toya?
I'll do it. I'm the one who pushed so hard for this meeting, after all.
As he spoke, he watched me calmly.
I came here today, thinking that you might be a certain person. Her name is Ushiro Ange. When I read your works and heard your name, I was sure that you were her.
That's right. How long it's been since I last used that name. My true name is Ushiro Ange. I gave the exaggerated bow that I'd gotten so used to these long years. We've both aged, haven't we, Oni-chan? I whispered this in my heart. Now it was my turn. With a quick apology, I fished around in my handbag and took out a photo. It was a picture from a trip I'd taken to an amusement park with Battler Oni-chan. I had many other pictures of us having a good time, But this one had the best shot of his face. I looked between him and the photo. There was no longer any room for doubt. Mr. Toya, your true name is Shiromiya Battler, son, is it not? The hands of the clock inside me stopped. I wanted him to answer with a yes. Even though I was already so sure, I was still about to burst with the tension. And then, when that instant that seemed far too long ended, my brother answered.
That's right.
Unconsciously, I stared at my brother's face. With unbelievable quickness, he'd acknowledged that he was Shiromiya Battler. My eyes immediately filled and overflowed with tears. I took out a handkerchief and wiped them away, but I couldn't hold them back. Oni-chan was alive after all. So why didn't he come back to me right away? If he had been there during my darkest days, how much it would have meant to me. Normally, the thought that would have made me curse my brother, but by now, even that emotion was softened. Because now that I was faced with the miracle of being reunited with Oni-chan, everything I felt before now fell away with my tears. At this moment, I was happy. I wasn't all alone. That belief that had kept me going for decades. And finally, I had been rewarded. By now, I couldn't even stop my tears. For some time, I continued to sob and sniffle. Watching this, my brother hung his head apologetically. Why hadn't he come back to me sooner? It looked as though he was feeling regret for that. But I was sure that he must have had some sort of reason. He had probably come here to tell me about it and apologize. Already, just by him introducing himself to me today, everything inside of me had been washed clean with tears. I'm sorry. I must be embarrassing you.
No, it's only to be expected. For several decades, you've been waiting all alone, believing that your family would return.
I did believe. I believed you would come home. Oni-chan. I held out my hand weakly, and my brother slowly held his out too. Then I gripped his hand. Regardless of how many long years had passed, it was without a doubt my brother's hand. Once more, I had to struggle to hold back the tears. Aunt Eva avoided the explosion accident by escaping to Kuadorian. How did you escape the accident, Ni-san?
On that day, I escaped through the underground passage.
The one that goes to Kuadorian?
I was told that an underground passage led to a hidden mansion on the opposite side of the island. However, the place we escaped to is a submarine base, not Kuadorian.
I don't know under what circumstances my brother entered the underground passage on that day. At any rate, he went into the underground passage, split up with Aunt Eva there, and escaped to the submarine base. There, he escaped the explosion and survived.
From there, I got away on a motorboat. However, it must have capsized somewhere along the way.
It must have?
Please forgive him. Toya suffers from memory loss. His memory from around the time he was drowning in the ocean is hazy.
Could it be that he forgot he was Shiromiya Battler for a while?
That's correct.
Yes, that explains nearly all of the riddles. My brother escaped from the explosion, but either his boat capsized during his escape from the island or he fell overboard. Afterwards, he must have drifted somewhere, wandered about half-conscious, and maybe got into a traffic accident.
On that day, he was lying on the road.
If she had found me even a little later, I probably wouldn't have opened my eyes again.
I believe you suspected that I was the one who hit you for quite some time.
Hey, I've already apologized for that.
This explains pretty much everything. Either because of the time he nearly drowned, or because of the traffic accident, my brother's memory was damaged. His memory must have come back eventually. However, by that time, I had already set foot into my new life as Kotobuki Yukari. Only a handful of people, including President Okanogi, knew where I was. Even if my brother tried to contact me, there was a good chance that he wouldn't be able to. Ironically, the name I had abandoned when I decided to live in the future.
had delayed my reunion with my brother for so long. In that sense, I'm responsible. I did it to myself. However, I think I did receive the message that my brother sent me. It was through Itoi Kukuro. I realized that Itoi Kukuro, the forger who claimed to have reached the truth, was actually Hachijo Toya, and I did request a meeting with her through the publishing company to question her about why she was so sure that she'd reached the truth. However, I wasn't granted a meeting. In the end, I heard nothing from them, and it's taken all these decades for me to meet Hachijo Toya. If the publishing company had only passed my message on, we could have been reunited so much sooner. However, at the time, I was just a bourgeoisie girl who liked to throw money around. Why would they pass on my message when I had just barged in with no introduction and demanded to meet the famous and popular Hachijo Toya? We probably crossed paths several times. If just one of those had worked out, if we had been able to meet, just how much would my life have changed? But this was fate. God had decided that a few decades were needed before this sibling reunion. And during that time, my brother became one half of a mystery novelist. I became a writer of adventure novels for children. You could say that we achieved success in society. My brother and I were able to be reunited after becoming successful. Now, I could do nothing but thank God for bringing about this miracle.
Let's not hint at anything that's about to happen, chat.
Maybe it was God's will that we should be reunited after achieving success as novelists. Back then, I was nameless, so I never got through to you. We've met now because we're both famous. We've both become famous as authors. I think all of this was God's will.
We did hear through the publishing company at the time that you wanted to have an interview with us. They told us that a fan who had discovered Itoi Kukuro's true identity wanted to talk, and they asked us for a decision.
You must have had dozens of fans dying for an interview. You couldn't possibly go to meet all of them.
No. They let us know that your name was Ushiramiya Ange. At the time, I had already realized that Toya's true name was Ushiramiya Butler, so I thought you should be given a chance to meet him.
I refused.
Those were my brother's words. What did you say?
I refused because I didn't want to see you.
Once more, my brother spoke clearly. I was completely confused. I could only sit there in shock and silence, waiting for the words that were sure to follow.
I believe I already mentioned that Toya suffered from memory loss.
And then, one day... Why did you refuse, when you knew that it was me? I cut through Ikuko's words and questioned him directly. What reason could my brother have for rejecting me? I couldn't think of anything. That unpleasant feeling brought up long-forgotten feelings of anger inside me. You must have known that your little sister was living all alone, being crushed by loneliness. So why? Why did you refuse to allow me to see you? My brother hung his head. It seemed more like he was lost for words than apologetic. Unable to sense that he even felt any compunction about his actions, I questioned him again in an even louder voice. When I asked for an appointment with Hachijo Toya, Itoi Kukuro was already famous as a forger. Why did Itoi Kukuro's forgeries reach the truth? It's obvious. My brother, Ushiramiya Butler, explained to her what happened on the island in detail. So the appearance of Itoi Kukuro proves that my brother's memory had returned. Therefore, he can't excuse himself by saying that he didn't remember me. In fact, no, he isn't even trying to make excuses. On the contrary, he's openly saying that he refused to meet me, even though he knew who I was.
Looking back, I regret what I did.
You regret it? Did you ever try thinking about how I felt? For decades. For most of my life. Do you realize what feelings I had to live with?
Various emotions swirled inside of me. I realized that I wasn't in control of them anymore. I could only moan to prevent myself from saying something I regret.
I feel deeply ashamed for doing something so cruel to you. That's why I've searched for you ever since then. For your sake and for mine. I should have met you much earlier.
Then why? Why didn't you meet me then?
Mr. Kotobuki, as I said before, his memory has been damaged. It was an after effect of the accident.
But his memory came back, didn't it?
Yes, his memory came back. However, that did not remove the after effects of the damage.
I have Ushiramiya Battler's memories. However, I can't think of those, can't accept those as my own.
Can't think of those as your own?
Yes. It's true that my memory of my escape from the island is still hazy. However, I've remembered almost everything else. Things like how those pink hair ornaments of yours that you treasured so much were something I won for you at the game corner in that amusement park.
Yes, that's right. They're a treasure from when I was a child. I still keep them with me in my handbag.
I remember a lot more besides that. I remember you giving Mother trouble because you hated eating seaweed. I remember that you tried to move it to my plate and trick her. And when...
If you remember that much, then why can't you think of those memories as your own?
That is the condition that I live with. I've been to several hospitals, but it didn't do any good. You probably can't understand it. You can't know how painful it is to have your mind suddenly fill with the memories of a man you don't know.
It was a terrifying feeling of losing his own identity. The memories of a stranger filled his head, and they threatened to crush and overwhelm him. They were almost certainly his own lost memories. However, his brain couldn't accept them as his own.
Those days were painful, terrifying. It felt like my mind was being invaded. On any given night, after I turned off the lights and went to sleep, maybe I would never wake up again. Maybe a different man would wake up the following morning and start living life in my body. I can't count the nights that I spent tormented by this fear.
He tried several times to convince himself that they were his real memories. He told himself that he was Ushiramiya Battler over and over again.
But nothing worked. I am me, Hachijo Toya. No matter how much Ushiramiya Battler's memories flow into my mind, to me they're the memories of another person. I couldn't accept Ushiramiya Battler.
As Ushiramiya Battler said this, he hung his head and his eyes turned red. And one day, out of the anguish of being torn between himself and the other self he couldn't accept, in a fit, He was fortunate enough to survive the ordeal, but the injuries he sustained then forced him to spend his life in a wheelchair. How terrible. Now I see why he appeared in that wheelchair, and now I know why he refused to meet with me. He was afraid of me calling him Big Brother. He was terrified of meeting me, fearful that the part of himself that wasn't him would grow still further in his mind. Even so, he fought. He felt that since Ushiramiya Battler was inside of him, it was his responsibility to meet you. Thinking that, he kept on fighting in the space between his two selves. And then, in a fit, After something like that, it was only natural that Ikuko would tell him that he didn't need to remember Ushiramiya Battler anymore. Bit by bit, he tried to forget that he was once Ushiramiya Battler. Doctor's instructions and medication. With that and Ikuko's diligent care, he slowly began to regain his peace of mind.
Even so, I thought that I would have to meet you sooner or later. To be honest, I didn't get a wink of sleep last night. I was terrified of meeting you. If I had met you, would I die? I was afraid that I would. However, here I am, talking to you normally. That's why I regret what I did. If only I could have met with you earlier. You and Ushiramiya Battler inside of me might not have had to suffer for all those years.
Just thinking that makes me feel so sorry. As the man who was once Ushiramiya Battler said this, he broke down crying. I was already beginning to understand. It really was true. Ushiramiya Battler did die that day. After all, didn't the witches say that he was dead so often with the red truth? How pathetic for the witch of the future, the witch of resurrection, who swore that everyone would be together always. Toya-san, please, raise your head. Miss Kotobuki. They realized why I had called him Toya-san, and by calling this man by that name, I myself felt the agitation in my heart subside a little. Thank you. You must have suffered a lot. Thank you so much, Mr. Toya. Thank you, Nia-san. Thanks for pushing yourself so hard to come here today. Holding hands, we brought our foreheads close and cried together for a while. Then we talked of the old days. He remembered many things vividly, even things that I couldn't remember myself. Each time, they made me cry even harder, and he hung his head apologetically. And once I realized that my tears were hurting him, I just did my best to let him speak, nodding along with a strange look on my face, something between a sob and a smile. Even if he isn't Ushiramiya Battler. My Oni-chan came back to me. Welcome home, Oni-chan. It had already gotten dark outside. Even though he had come from far away, he was willing to stay as late as this. We left the store. It's probably best if I don't meet with Mr. Toya again. It will cause him pain, and of course, I'll find myself bound to the past again. Even so, just one more time. There was one place I felt I had to show him. Mr. Toya, would you mind meeting with me just one last time? There's a place I feel I need to show you.
Sure. I don't mind.
From my handbag, I pulled an invitation which had been printed on a sheet of A4 paper and folded into 4. The pair of them unfolded it. My, now this looks like a splendid event.
Come to think of it, you've been involved in a lot of things besides novels, haven't you?
On that day, would you lend me your time just once more? That way, I think both me and my brother will be satisfied. I think it might also be a chance for you to free yourself from the weight of my brother's memory, Mr. Toya. I don't believe we have any plans for them, as long as we can get the afterword for the book finished ahead of time.
Okay, Miss Kotobuki. We'd be happy to join you.
Thank you, Mr. Toya. The cold October night was a reminder that winter was approaching. The two people who called themselves Hachijo Toya visited the city once again by Ange's invitation. A car stopped in front of a large building. Ikuko unfolded the wheelchair with a practiced hand, lent a shoulder to Toya as he got out of the passenger seat, and helped him into the chair. It looks splendid.
The Gospel House. It's my first time coming here, but I know it well. I believe it's the institution for children that was funded by the Ushiramiya family.
Madam Ikuko, Mr. Toya, allow us to welcome you to the Gospel House. They were welcomed by Ange and some staff members. This was the Gospel House, a welfare institution for unfortunate children who had lost their parents.
This institution was once dependent on the support it received from Ushiramiya Kinzo. However, that support had been interrupted, and the Gospel House had been forced to shut down for a time. Decades had passed, and now the institution would be revived. Revived by the hand of Kotobuki Yukari.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Kotobuki.
Care Baron Ross with the $5. I just realized he really is Kyrie-san, huh? Looking like that. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your invitation. This is from the two of us. It's not much, but I hope the children enjoy it.
That was never the intention behind inviting you here. I feel terrible accepting this.
Please don't let it concern you. The tales of the future are always woven by children. After all, without them, the tale of humans will not continue.
Children are treasures, so please, let this be useful.
Thank you very much. We have a form for donations, so if it isn't too much trouble.
The Gospel House had been drastically remodeled in recent years, in the hopes that children would one day be able to remember this as a fun place. Ange had used her own money to massively remodel it into a beautiful establishment. By now, she had accumulated a lot of wealth as a novelist. But even without that, she had been saving the tens of millions of yen she got from the Ushiramiya Group each year under the name of living expenses. This money had been used to generously help the children. When they came into the entrance hall, a cheerful scene was spread before them. Pictures and crafts created by the children. Every corner was filled with things on display. The contrast between this elegant building and the school atmosphere was amusing. The yells and laughter of kids running around drifted in from the distance.
I imagine that many children first come here hanging their heads in sorrow. To think that they could be here laughing like that. You really have done something great.
Ryuchenga with the $10. Thank you.
All people can use magic to create their future and find a fragment of happiness. This is a witch's school for teaching that magic.
The witch's dormitory from Sakutaro's Great Adventure?
Oh, how embarrassing. So you read it too?
We read straight through it after our last meeting. I must really bow my head, not only to your talent as a writer, but to your warm heart.
How embarrassing. This way, straight to the end.
Pushing Toya's wheelchair, we advanced through the corridor and reached the great doors at the end. The happy voices of children came from the other side. Apparently, this was where tonight's party was being held. There were several jack-o'-lanterns cut out of origami. Tonight was the Gospel House's Halloween party.
Here you are, Mr. Toya.
I see. So, it's trick or treat.
He was handed a bag filled with candy. A teacher warned him in a small voice to watch out for the rampaging children.
Children. Haven't had anything to do with them for years.
Please tell the children stories of dreams. We all welcome guests here.
That's tricky. What should I tell them?
When you're handing in your manuscript, choose your publishing company wisely.
Don't pay attention to reader polls.
Then I'll open the doors. The children are waiting.
Alright, guys, it's the second time I just said that there were scenes in this episode that have auto-scrolling text that I can't read fast enough. There are some voice lines, I'll still read those, but yeah, this is the second part. Again, you're gonna have to look at the screen for this one. And Raiko with the $5, sliding in a 5 for the Marcy 3 Umi Fun Tattoo Fund, thank you. Alright. Ange opened the large double doors.
This place.
At the sight of the hall, Toya opened his mouth in wide-eyed shock. This was the Great Hall of the Ushiramiya Mansion. No, that would be impossible. They were clearly in the Gospel House. This hall was an exact look-alike of the one in the Rokenjima Mansion. What a splendid hall.
This is a replica of the hall in the Ushiramiya Mansion on Rokenjima.
Yes. I've reproduced it as well as my memory would let me. The details might be wrong, though.
No. This really is the hall of the Ushiromiya family mansion on that day.
And then Toya's eyes fixed on something at the other side of the room. And yeah, Rom there in the chat, Rom is literally at the mansion right now, like watching this stream from the mansion. This final stream is being played in the fucking Ushiromiya mansion as we speak, guys. It was a portrait of Rokenjima's other master.
It's exactly the same as my memories.
The artist hired by Ushiromiya Kinzo to paint the portrait had a photo. I had him draw it again based on that. I was simply frozen in shock.
Oh, okay, yeah, Toya's voice.
The long, large table was filled with Halloween party food and surrounded with children stuffing themselves. The teacher said,
Everyone, we have guests.
The children all looked at us at once, then stood up and ran forward. Their broad smiles at the arrival of this long-awaited guest wrapped me up. The smiles in the eyes of the children welcomed me. Yeah, I know all of your faces.
Welcome back, sir. What took you so long? Your return has been long awaited.
Welcome back, Battler. Welcome home.
You look well. Butler-kun. Oh, you're looking chipper.
Welcome back.
Who are you? Welcome back, Battler. Woo!
We've all been waiting.
Oh, if it isn't Butler-san.
The guest of honor arrives at last. Welcome back, sir.
Welcome back, sir.
Lord Battler?
Welcome back, Battler-sama. Welcome back.
Hey, you're late, Battler.
Finally!
I've been waiting, Battler-kun.
So, he's here at last.
I knew you would come. Welcome back, Lord Battler. We salute you, Lord Battler.
And here he is.
Congratulations.
Oni-chan, welcome home. The wait has been killing me, Battler!
Sorry, it took me a while to get here.
Why are you sitting in that ridiculous wheelchair? Come now, take my hand and stand up straight. Listen, all of us are finally gathered here. Tonight, the Golden Land will be resurrected in this place.
An explosive applause greeted Battler. Everyone was there. Everyone.
I'm so glad you came home.
I'm home. Sorry it took so long.
I won't let go again.
Yeah, I'm not letting go either. We'll be together for all eternity.
And I'll read this real quick. Menlo with the $100. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures, all the gold in the Golden Land, the resurrection of the souls of the dead, even the resurrection of the lost love, and to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved Beatrice. Thank you. Enjoy the credits for a second. I dedicate this tale to my beloved witch, Beatrice. And let me read these donations that rolled in while I was muted. David J with the $50, everyone. Digimaniac33 with the 20, Tahachi Jotoya and Kotobuki Yukari, thank you and farewell. Peanut Kicks with the 10, thanks for everything. And Breeze Elric with the 20, and the biggest thank you to you, NezumiVA, for being the real goat and voice acting your way through all of that flawlessly and beautifully. Thank you. Thank you. We broke the 1,000 threshold during the stream, holy shit. Guys, do you understand that you've literally paid for my rent for next month during this stream? This stream alone. Oh my god. Paley with the $50. Umineko was a story I read after my own experience with loss. Me too. To say the messages here mean a lot to me would be an understatement. Thank you, Marcy, for getting me into this with your old video oh so long ago. Let's all keep moving toward the future. Yeah. We'll be right here with you. Kamikaze with the 50. See that C that appears in the background in the menu? That was filled with tears, mine included. Happy Umineko Day, and thanks for everything. Thank you. God. But remember, the stream's not quite over yet. We've still got some stuff to wrap up with. We've got the animatic that I want to show you guys that I made. We've got to vote on the tattoo. And we've got fan art as well. Actually, while this is rolling, why don't I go ahead and get the tattoo stuff up. Smiles with the $5. Wow, it's actually over. Again, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, so let's go ahead and show the... I'll just leave that on for now, I guess. But let me go ahead and show the tattoo designs. So, here are your design options. Design A, Design B, and Design C. Let me just go to this menu for now. But, yeah, so I will now be putting a poll in the chat. And here is the poll. Now, if you need to, like, take a second, sort of, like, gauge this, this picture with your mind, take a picture of it if you want to, or something like that. Because my thinking is that I am going to go ahead and do the animatic, like I said, and then once we get to the end of that and the end of art, then I will end, like, I'll end the poll at the very, very end. But just let me know during that time. I guess I'll probably put it up during discussion or whatever, but, like, you know, just let me know if you need to see it again. Care Bear and Ross with the $2. Can I vote for Design A, but the block is a gold bar? Okay. Yeah, so... Oh, important question, where is it going on the body? My thought is that it's gonna be on my forearm of my dominant arm. So it's right out in the open. But, anyway, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and do the animatic now. We'll get back to this in just a bit. Thanks. This song is definitely gonna get copyright claimed. Can we steal those designs for ourselves? $2, Vera. Sure, go ahead. And Suckerfish with the $2. You are so deserving of every dollar. Thank you. Thank you. This song is very special to me, and I associate it really heavily with Episode 8 in the ways that it helped me out at a very hard time of my life, and it's helping me again at this time in my life as well. So I thought that it was only fitting to make a part of that. So here we go. This one's called Last Hope. Thank you for indulging me. Like I said, that is definitely going to get copyright striked, so it'll probably be muted in the VOD. If you came to watch this after this was streamed live, look in the description for a link, and you'll be able to find a link to that animatic on my second channel. Yay. Alright. Now, let me leave that up for you guys to continue looking at while I get up the art. Also, let me read these donations that came in, or this one donation that came in while I was showing that. Mira with the $5. Super grateful, super duper grateful that I came across your streams on accident. I've been wanting to read this VN. Your streams helped me so much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Breezalric with another 10. Super chat for that MMV. I miss the heart of the editing community. It feels like it's faded over the years, but seeing such a wonderful edit reminded me of the magic the edits brought me. Thank you. Aw, I'm glad. Would you believe that this is basically the first manga edit that I've ever made? I feel pretty proud of it, considering. And now, let me go ahead and get up the art. Okay, I think I have that one. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I don't have that one. Let's put that one in there. Go to the Tumblr tag. Ooh, we have a lot of art tonight, baby. Let's see. Okay. And now I think I get everything from Twitter and Tumblr, so let me make sure to get anything that's in the Discord, if there is. God, this might be the biggest art section that we have literally ever had, which, I mean, I probably should have guessed that, honestly, but, oh man, we're gonna be here for a minute. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, it just keeps going. How can we physically fit this many tabs onto one window? Okay. I think I got all of that. I think. We got Older Child at the $20. Gonna come back to watch the VOD, but just wanted to pop by and say thank you for these streams. Both you and this game have given me something to look forward to every week. Thank you. And Vera, thanks for gifting the 5 memberships. Yo, let's go. Cha-cha-cha. Alright, I think that should be good. I'm going to turn off the tattoo designs for now, but I will bring it back in just a bit. Wait, wrong thing. Yeah, gonna turn that off for now. And let's get into art, shall we? Oh, just uploaded your art on Tumblr? Hold on, let me look for it real quick. Ah. Let me grab that real quick. Okay, got it. Okie dokie. I think that's everything. So let's go ahead and get to looking at this art, shall we? Bring up this window and drag it over here. And obviously, like last time, if anybody's for some reason doesn't show up in the tags and I miss it, then just feel free to let me know. Alright, so let's start off. Let me pull up the descriptions on my phone so I don't have to keep tabbing back and forth. With this one from Golden Slaterer on Twitter. Small break from commissions to draw my Umineko OC. Always so inspiring to see others' fan characters. And this is Etoile, the Witch of Prophecy. Etoile is a Voyager witch created by feathering. She wields the power of the pink truth, which can expose the future before it happens. Helpful for preventing murders, right? Because of this, many people underestimate her schemes, but she's actually a careful constructor of logic errors, for if her pink truth isn't avoided, it will inevitably become red. Often, those who fall victim to her machinations don't realize it until it's too late. However, she can be a great ally to those seeking to defy fate itself. That is really cool. I love the unique text color stuff that you guys come up with. It's very interesting. You always come up with some really cool concepts for this. We have this from Chiyoko Arts. Finally got around to finish a sketch of Panacea/Vepar. The curls definitely took way longer than I imagined and certainly was a challenge to try it out. Well, I think you did a fantastic job, as usual. We got this from Bex Allerton over at @Schnumn on Twitter. Actual footage of me trying to solve Umineko. I drew this before the stream, but I also think chat might get a kick out of this, so I'm tagging it for the stream, but it's okay if you don't want to include it since it isn't fresh. I'll include it anyway. Kitty with the 50 pounds. Thank you. Sending all the thanks your way. Thank you for introducing us to this incredible story with your equally incredible voice acting. Thank you for creating a great community where I've met so many cool friends. Thank you for making this accessible. Thank you. I'm really glad. But yeah, very, very funny, very good. Me too. And this is also from Bex Allerton, except over on Tumblr. Let me find the caption for that real quick. Happy Umineko Day! I've been watching NezumiVA's Umineko streams after doing a solo reading a few months prior, and I've been having so much fun. I never got to catch the streams live because of the time difference, and I'm not caught up yet because I've had to work a lot on my comic lately, but I have enjoyed these streams so much. Seeing everyone come up with theories has been really fun, even though I couldn't join in. Marcy, your voice acting has been incredible, and you deserve the world. Thank you. And in addition to that, in this same post, the first drawing is a super quick sketch of our beloved witch, and the second is an Umineko-inspired drow I made for a D&D game I'll be playing soon. Her name is Orantia, or Orantia. Oh yeah, okay, I pretty much got it right. Good. And she's the detective who will unveil the golden truth. Happy October 4th. Don't forget the true meaning of magic. Very cool design. I really, really like this. The outfit especially is really fucking sick. Just, yeah, overall, like, very, very impressive stuff here. Thank you for your submission. Next, we have this little comic from Jack Mintier over on Twitter, a parody of Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series, taking place right after Game 6, also doubling as Day 4 of Umitober. It's been a blast going through Umineko again with your streams.
Aw, looks like Fern's got a bad case of butthurt. Somebody call the wambulance.
Nobody call the ambulance.
Hello, ambulance. My master's butt is hurting.
Erica, hang up that phone!
But master, your butt.
The little whiskers on Erica too. Very good. Very good. Falling down 98 with the $10. I likely would have never experienced this story without these wonderful streams. I also want to shout out all the lovely Discord and chat folks as well. Absolutely. Give yourself a pat on the back, chat. It's your birthday every stream, but this is the birthday of all birthdays. We have this from Nat at _Noruoki on Twitter. I wanted to pull some stuff out from my sketchbook and color it for the finale. I related to Maria a lot and wanted to draw her in the lion costume I used to have as a kid. Aww. And a Sakutaro one, plus some other sketches that didn't go anywhere, but I still like enough to share. Wow, older Maria. So, it gets me. It gets me. Really good stuff. And then, also, in addition to that, this one took me some time to word in a way that felt right. Here's my furniture OC. She wasn't my first or closest friend, but her absence hurts the most. I'm glad I was able to reconnect with that memory in the very end. Thank you for this journey. Fiona, a sweet darling, the furniture of a sad witch. Fiona was brought to existence to protect her, and then was doomed by the same magic to be forever estranged. Her physical form was scorched by a faulty light bulb, alerting her young friend to the impending house fire, which averted the disaster. She was then cast away by adults, deemed as not worthy of keeping around. Fiona lived on through the witch's heart, and despite her physical form being lost, she continues to guard her master's well-being and to keep all fires in check. Aww, that's so cute and sad. That's, wow, thank you for sharing that. That's really sweet. And a very good design, too. We have this from Demilove at Halton Leviathan on Twitter. I wanted to start by giving a huge and warm thank you. I haven't experienced a story this much in so long, and to experience it through one of the most talented streamers was a blast. Aw, well, I don't know about all that, but thanks. This game has inspired me to make my own painting of Beatrice's portrait, and while I finished it more than a month ago, I haven't had the courage to post it here until now. But this being the end of the story, I felt it was most appropriate. I plan on doing the rest of the paintings in the game, but it will take me a while because of school. I've posted on my page the process of the painting for anyone who might be interested in seeing it from start to finish. Once again, thank you Nezumi, and thank you all. I've only been a lurker in chat and never really got a chance to, catch a stream start to finish before, but I am immensely grateful. Happy last Frederica Friday to everyone. This is really fucking good. You did, like, an amazing job with this, honestly. Especially knowing that this is, like, an actual painting. Like, fuck yeah, dude. You knocked it out of the park. Really, really good. Thank you for submitting. I'm very, very glad that you did. We have this also from Chiyoko Arts. Finished another sketch of an Umineko OC. This is Deathbird's OC, the Witch of Oblivion. This character has so much space in their design. I love it. And we love your art. Very, very good rendition of this design. I thought that it was a really cool design already, so it's very cool to see it. Let's see. let me go to the tag on Tumblr on my phone real quick so that I can make sure to have that while I go back and forth. One moment, please. Okay. I think we got it. Oh, right. Shit. Sorry. I missed this one as well. This was also from Twitter, from Chiyoko Arts. By courtesy of Pining Tree, I attempted to do some mini-comics. Loopy will forever be a mystery. La la la. Maybe I should try to figure out what this one is thinking. I'll just pretend this never happened. Hey, can I get you to figure out what Loopy is? No. What? But why not? Such a thing should never be attempted again. What? Wait, again. Again? Never again. Okay, oh, and I already got that one. I guess I opened it twice by mistake. Whatever. Okay, so this one is from Mimises, that's Mimies on Tumblr. I wanted to share my view of early game Umineko I built in Palia while watching the VODs a few months ago. Thank you for making Umineko more accessible, as reading is hard, and for putting so much love into it. Your voice acting made it extra special. Happy Halloween, Maria and chat. Very, very cool. I'm really liking how that came together. You did a good job. Zero anonymity with the $20. I'm only getting an end now, but I just want to thank you so much for this, Nezumi. Your perspective and emotional heart you've put into it genuinely made this a special event I'll never forget. I'll miss this a ton. Me too. But remember, we'll have one last bonus stream a week after next, and I'll reveal once again what I am doing after Umineko at the end of that stream, so stay tuned. But yeah, very cool indeed. We have this, and let me find the person's Tumblr because it is all posted out of order. Yay, I love Tumblr. This is from Adunya2, that's ADUNYACHU on Tumblr. Thank you, NezumiVA, for making me experience Umineko. Here's a rat and a cat. Wow. Look at them. Cute little critters. I tried to say critters and creatures at the same time. I guess it counts. I guess it's about accurate. Speaking of critters and creatures, we have this from Dingo's Trash. One more shitpost and one more spoilery drawing under the cut. I'll try to keep it brief, but I must once again compliment NezumiVA for the amazing Umineko streams. Thank you so much for sharing this story with us. The voice acting, the presentation, everything has been top-notch. It's been an absolutely wild ride. Please enjoy, and I hope to continue drawing silly little doodles if the Higurashi streams end up happening. This here is my flesh homunculus that my soul will transfer to in the event of my death. It's got no soul inside it right now, so we gotta keep it in a constant state of euphoria lest it start massacring the furniture. Oh my god. Kitty with the 10 pounds. My girlfriend's gone to work, but she asked me to send another dono your way. She says, thank you for introducing Kitty to something that's made her very happy. Also seagull noises, lol. Oh, good luck at work. And thank you. And this is the other art that was under the cut, which... Ooh, ouch! Ouchie! Good work, but also ouch, and how dare you! Very, very good. As usual. Thank you. We have, this one is one of my favorites that was submitted for this week. This is from Alphabet, but the first A is a 4 on Tumblr. Beta reading. I wanted to submit something for the last Umineko stream because the VODs of the first episode were the impetus I needed to fall right into it and pick the VN up for myself, which I'm infinitely grateful for. I've really enjoyed tuning in when I've had the time too. I won't be able to make it to this stream, but I'll definitely be watching the VOD later. Happy October 4th. And of course, this is tagged Kotobuki Yukari. That's, wah. This is really good. This is really, really good. I love this a lot. Very, very good art style. Very, very good coloring. Just all around, like, fantastic, fantastic work. We have this from Artsy Forsooth on Tumblr. October 4th, 1986. Happy Umineko Day. I've been re-experiencing Umineko through NezumiVA's read-through, and it's reminding me of how much I love this story and these characters. I wanted to make an Umineko-themed art piece before October 4th, just barely made it in time. I'm still only on episode 5 of the read-through, but I'm looking forward to listening to the rest. Thank you. I hope you have a good time when you finally get to this. We have this from Indigo over at Torrential Stardust at Tumblr, as usual. Umineko, the nice lady who reads to us. Before I can wax poetic about how important this stream is, I need to say, this piece was a nightmare. And I did it to myself on purpose. I made this way more complicated than it needed to be, and that's on me. However, I like how it turned out. Folks, it's the last main Umineko stream, the story is ending, hopefully on a good note, and that is frankly unbelievable. This series has been really important to me for the last 8+ months. I know it's not really the end, but something so regular in my life finishing is a big deal, so we wanted to make something good for the last stream, and you absolutely did, holy shit. I tried to draw a portrait of Marcy a while back, but I didn't like how it went, and this time I still struggled in a lot of places, but managed to finish it. I was inspired by Rosalina from Super Mario Galaxy and her storytime sections, even pulling the composition directly from that game. I ended up doing a lot of the background, making new parts literally like today. That fireplace was a brand new addition made 9 hours ago as of this writing. Holy crap. The outfit was made from your little face in the corner from episodes 5 to 7, Sad Boy Alert's art of you, and some creative liberties for the skirt. I hope you like it. I just want to say thank you, Marcy. You've shared a wonderful piece of media with us, added in some beautiful voice work by yourself, and created a warm, welcoming space for people to enjoy it with each other. The place you made was really important to me. It gave me my passion for art back. I made new friends. I was able to discover myself more easily. It's great. It's strange to think that if the first stream didn't run on so long, it wouldn't have been going on when I woke up one morning. I wouldn't have gotten invested, and I wouldn't be in the same place I am now. I really can't thank you enough. And I'm sure I speak for everyone who's been a part of this. We all had a great time. Happy birthday, chat. That's... Indigo. You're pulling at my heartstrings here, sis. This is really good. And I'm really, really glad that it could be... Like, I'm really glad that the streams have been so important for everybody. I really, really do appreciate it. It's been just as important to me as it has been to all of you. And Indigo with the 2 pounds, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. And then also there's this that was included in the post as well. Very, very cool. Next, we have this from Ubi-Ubi on Tumblr. She should have been at the club. Trigger warning blood. I really want to make a big piece to formally celebrate finishing Umineko, but currently University is wiping the floor with me. Here's Beatrice and a bonus Erica anyway for the occasion. Also, thank you to NezumiVA for introducing me to this wonderful series. It is not an exaggeration to say it's been life-changing. Your voice acting has been truly amazing from beginning to end, Marcy. And thank you to everyone else who watched along. To me, we are all in one big book club now. Absolutely. Light Blooms 2 with the $20. Having to send this from my alt because I got shadow banned from my Amakusa joke. Oh no, I'm sorry. LMAO, I wanted to say thank you for the stream, and also say it's been amazing to watch over the years how episode 8 went from kind of controversial to beloved. Oh yeah, episode 8 means a lot to me in particular for a lot of reasons, a lot of very personal reasons, and even more very personal reasons now than before. So it's been very nice sharing it. And Vera with the $2. Hugs for everyone here, and VOD watchers. And VOD watchers, too. Very, very good art of Beato and Erica here. I really like the coloring on Erica here as well. The light pink is very fun. Very, very good stuff. Oh, whoops. Hachicha. We have this from Cringe Moth on Tumblr. Oh, it's finally time. My spoiler piece is below the cut, but I first wanted to explain this piece a bit. This playthrough has been a very meaningful one for me. Words are hard, but I wanted to express my gratitude to Nezumi for reading it out loud and letting us experience it for the first time. I was so lucky to go in almost completely blind to this story, and it's safe to say that it's changed how I think about myself and the world around me for the better. It let me discover my already held deep love for mysteries, and allowed me to unpack some things I'd been too afraid to before. Thank you for giving me something to look forward to, and for reminding me that love is the ultimate element. I wanted this piece to look as though Ange had handed a very specific book to Nezumi and was turning to leave us with it, like she's giving a final goodbye to the audience or something. Anyway, spoiler art below the cut. And let me actually grab that real quick because I unfortunately forgot to grab that in a different tab while I was grabbing the art. So just 1 second. Oh, whoops. Wrong tab. Well, I guess I'll just open it like this then. One sec. Oh no, hold on, sorry. Bear with me for just a second, I have to open up the fucking Tumblr tag again. Oh, and there's another one that was added here while I was looking away, so I'll have to add that too. But, anyway. Here's my spoiler piece that I wanted to share. It's from my Umitober drawings, but I thought chat would like this one, so here you go. If the colors are too bright for stream, no worries. I think it's fine. But, yeah, damn. Really, really good. And very painful as well, but, still very good. And yeah, there's the alt. Like, oof. Ugh. We have this from, hold on, I gotta, shit. I got closed out of the tab again on my phone. Let me pull this back up. We have this from, oh my god, where is it? Wait, no, wait, why is it gone? Why is it not here? Why is it not in the mobile tab? Fucking Tumblr. Such a functional app. Okay, I guess I'll just add it, or I'll just open it in the browser tab instead. Main art here, elaborations and memes / shitposts under the cut. So here I am, rereading Umineko, and on the final chapter, NezumiVA's streams are very good, highly recommended, almost at the end, and then bam, Sonic fixation. Which means, obviously, the solution is mixing the two. Luckily, StreamOC lore came in handy for that. And let's go through these together, shall we? With merely the existence of this Sonic plushie, it is possible to put Sonic in Umineko. Fuck it! Sonic the Hedgehog on Rokenjima in 1986! To give him an Umineko-style character profile text, Sonic the Hedgehog. Though originally created as furniture, this creature possesses a soul, and with it a powerful sense of will. He may be summoned easily enough, but he is impossible to control. Once summoned, he will simply do as he pleases. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, however, as long as he's on your side. He'll gladly become your ally if you're faced against a witch who harbors ill will towards innocence. In terms of skills, his sheer speed is unmatched by any of the 72 great demons. My Umineko golden truth is that if Sonic was on Rokenjima, he would have an epic supersonic battle with Beatrice, and then have a heart-to-heart with Sayo, similar to the end of the storybook gives. Aw, that's sweet. Hence the inspiration for the art being the end of Sonic and the Black Knight. Sonic seems like the kind of character who could be geared to avert the tragedy without ignoring Sayo's heart. Anyway, here's a bunch of memes I also thought of in between coming up with the concept and managing to get the energy to make the art.
No! You can't kill Sonic!
He's fucking dead.
Looking into this, further research to be done on the topic.
Sir Sonic, can I get you anything?
How about a chili dog?
A chili dog? Is that all? Are you sure?
Go to I can literally make you anything, dude. I have another related art idea too, but I couldn't draw it because yesterday I was busy being distracted. Flashback to spending all day in SA2's Chow Garden. Guess I'll have to save it for the bonus Umineko stream. Anyway, last thing before signing off, I'll leave a spell to ward against the comments about this being cringe.
What is that? Is that your crossover art? That's cringe.
You're cringe!
Oh, Erica. Listen, Erica would be the type of person that would, do the whole, fucking, facts Bible shit about, Sonic wouldn't say that. Sonic's not the type of character who would say the word y'all. We have this from the Death Dash Bird. Here's my Bullosea and Burb Cleolus and Ateus Dios. Cleolus is the Cherub Branch's infographer. He causes the sinner's song of their past to play, and Ateos then records and judges the sinner, stained with ink of his work. Ateos tends to freak out when he knows he'll hear a song he hates due to their nature in work. These two are never apart. Very cool, very cool. Love to see some more animalistic OCs. We have this, ooh, from Atropos over on dappersnakes at tumblr.com. Umineko finale stream happening today. I adore this visual novel, and I am so grateful to these streams for introducing me to When They Cry. I leave you all with a final poem and an artwork heavily inspired by J.M. Fenner 91's piece titled Facades. I'm chasing a love that isn't there, that isn't real. Maybe if I keep running it will be. Maybe if I keep going, I'll get to it. I'm mourning something I never had, or that I had, but only for a moment. Does it hurt worse to lack something, or to have it for seconds before it is snatched away? Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. This came out excellently. I've been seeing you go at it for the past while, but like, man, did it really come together. This came out really, really brilliantly, Atropos. You absolutely nailed the concept that you were going for, and the colors are so fucking striking. The sketchy lines, the texture, it's just all mwah. It's so good. It's so fucking good. You did a fantastic job with this. Let me zoom in for some of that detail. Like, damn, look at that. Good. Good shit. Very, very good. We have this from Seditious, that's with a Z at the end, on Tumblr. Ever since I started watching the Umineko streams, I've been wanting to throw my own freaks into the ring, and now I've finally gotten the chance. I've been writing their story for the past 2.5 years, and over 40k words of just planning. Oh my gosh. And the more of Umineko I see, the more it feels like this story was always inspired by it. While I can't give very good descriptions without getting into spoilers, I will say that Themis hired Elgin to investigate an incident that occurred 4 years ago after he was able to prove her innocence in that case, and the pair have been searching for answers ever since. Not that they've had much progress, though, as it seems all possible culprits were already ruled out. With Themis while Themis refuses to give in, determined to see justice enacted on the culprit, Elgin seems less invested. I go into more detail, but I'll accidentally spoil their entire plotline if I did, so I'll just leave it at that for now. Their name origins are the Greek goddess of justice, Themis, and a random place in Illinois because he is the Illinois. However, something I can reveal integral, not initially inspired by the epitaph, but with heavy influence after I had seen it. Behold, the Fool's Elegy. I welcome you all to our lone Leviathan's nest. To find your salvation, let its reality manifest. Those who seek the truth follow the trail of frostbite. Those who seek the truth conceal yourself from sight. Those who seek the truth press through into the light. To you who see reflected the false golden star, grasp the seventh guide. To you who plunge with the force of all the shaken, take victory in stride. To you who cast the gold king's jaws, unveil what your seal does hide. I know of the foul blood you smeared. I know of the vessel you commandeered. I know of the torment you never interfered. Sworn to secrecy, I the future you forsake. Sworn to revelation, let the past in your wake. Remember the name of the rose for the dead. Remember the misfortune woven in thread. Despite all I try, your shackles remain. Is all you desire truly in this domain? Or does all that elapsed loom overhead? The silence I hear may fill me with dread. Perhaps this should all have been left unsaid. But if all you show is just what you feign, then I won't let this circus go on in vain. No longer shall you lie here and fester. Salvation has come for you, Jester. That is really, really cool and very well written. I really like the flow of this. Like, very, very good. I look forward to seeing whatever you have to cook up in the future. We got another final sin chart from Deathbird of Ava. Hi Ava, sorry to keep things simple. I'm gonna dodge some of your intent just a bit. Pride, A. Puts down other women's, cares for every effort she makes, just look at her outfit. Envy, A. Literally tries everything she has to take family head from her big brother. Also, you know, envies men in general, cue sexism. Wrath, A+. Insert Ava Beato laugh here. Sloth, E. This is Ava we're talking about. She never lets herself stay still for too long. Greed, A. Let's see. Killing for money, trying to get as much money as possible after she has so much. Made many enemies using unethical practices to get even more money. Gluttony, E. Other than usual, no evidence of X, she hates smoking, so that means something, right? Lust, C. Sure thing, honey, let's have a night of passion after 6 people we know died. Yeah, nothing really changed. 180.3 total, like her husband, 0.3 penalty for raising George. Fair enough, fair enough. We have this from Karia Hiyori on Tumblr. I can't really draw without a reference, so I kinda used myself, LMAO. Also, it probably looks bad because I used a goddamn trackpad for most of it. Also, I can't write lore, sorry. Meet my first and probably only Umineko C. Valak. Lore. One of the 72 great demons and the self-declared rival of Bernkastel, despite her protests, their way of using the Red Truth is somewhat unique, as they can either carve it somewhere on their body, or use it as a counter towards an opponent's Blue Truth by simply, and literally, slapping it out of midair, or from a reader's perspective, shattering the words on screen. Despite their quiet personality, they actually get along quite well with other witches, demons, and inquisitors, notably Gap Virgilia, Lambda Delta, Dlanor, who they sometimes accidentally call Dlonar, because I can't fucking type her name, LMAO, and Ronave. Unbeknownst to everyone, they actually have a crush on Ronave, so, totally not because I have an actual crush on Ronave. I mean, hey, valid, fair enough. Real talk, thank you for introducing me and so many others to this wonderful franchise, as this has now become my new hyperfixation alongside Higurashi. I'm so glad that I caught the finale live, even if I didn't talk much. Thank you. Very, very good. Very cool. We have this from Comically Draconic on Tumblr. I made it my mission to get this drawing done in one day so I could post it in time for the end of the stream, and I just barely managed to succeed in that goal. This is Amelia, the Witch of Science. She's an outlier among witches whose magic is flavored in a science fiction aesthetic. She's actually a redesign of an existing OC of mine, and I like how I managed to translate her outfit into something that a witch might wear. Amelia feels strongly that magic and science are not inherently opposed, since scientific understanding is just as much about knowing what is unconfirmed as it is about knowing what is confirmed, if not more so. Her unique style is part of an attempt to instill a similar understanding in those she invites to play her games. In the past, she was known as a witch hunter. While she currently aligns with fantasy by default, she often takes the side of anti-fantasy against witch illusions she deems as factors in the spread of harmful misinformation, such as illusions that shift the blame of a crime onto an innocent person or group of people. In these cases, she has the power to use the Red Truth against even the Game Master under certain conditions, though use of that power requires applying all Red Truths used in her argument to her own games. In her games, the mechanics of Red Truth and Blue Truth usually manifest somewhat differently, and they're associated with the concepts of peer review and hypothesis, respectively. Peer review requires the summoning of another witch to act as an observer to the game board, so the phrasing of the provided truth is ultimately decided by the impartial observer, and not the game master. This makes it much harder to control the specifics of the information given, but that's part of the challenge for her. Hypotheses are blue truths that call for a contradicting peer review statement rather than a direct red truth. Also, her furniture is themed around speculative evolution projects, with some of them being totally alien, while others are derived in some ways from Earth life. Almost none of them are anything close to humanoid. That's really fascinating. The Emma Sky of Umineko. But like, no, genuinely, this is really, really cool. I really like this idea a lot. Playing around with like the way the truths are sort of like framed is an interesting one. We have this from Lifeless Lilium on Tumblr. I haven't been present these past few streams all that much due to being busy, but thank you for this series. I am incredibly grateful for reinvigorating my love for Umineko. I've done a lot of propaganda for the manga, but for today, I wanted to make a fan art of something I read recently. A forgery called A Letter to the Golden Witch. I implore many of the Umineko community to read forgeries. They are often wonderful experiences that have so much love for the original source, and I recommend this one especially. Ooh, very cool. I'll have to keep that in mind. Very cool. Thank you for submitting. And let me get up this other Tumblr art that got posted while I was looking at the other ones. This. We got this from Disruption of TGW. Is that how it is? Is that how it's spelled? Disruption of TGW. Yep. Right on time. Welcome to the Time Rift. The Sorcerer of Rhythm and Clockwork, A.N.D. Huygens? Which is definitely not a design I stole off the Castlevania fighting game, is both the main antagonist of the D&D campaign I am running and a witch-sona of mine. This conniving, deceitful, and dangerous sorcerer is the new character in the forgery I am currently writing, Disruption of the Golden Witch. In this alternative episode 4, Aeon traps Ange in a game of his own making, which deliberately presents all of the events of 1986 out of order. Okay. Ange shrugs it off as the sorcerer being obtuse, but as we learn throughout the novel, each tale has a purpose, and the same can be said for the way it is told. The art was made by the artist IWasB2 over on Instagram. Very, very cool. I really like this design. And a very interesting idea for a forgery as well. And now, let me just make sure real quick that there was nothing added to Twitter while I wasn't looking. Okay, no, there wasn't. Which means that we can get on over to the Discord stuff now. So, first, we have this from phantommarigold. Probably could have polished it more, but there. Very, very good. Ange, you're gonna be alright, girl. It's been a tough one, but you're gonna be okay. Very, very good. We have this from Ripeco. I would have made more fan art if I wasn't a grad student with mental illness, but more importantly, thank you, Marcy, and everyone in the community, since delving into a mystery is much more fun when you're in a group. Now, back to paying attention to the stream. So we got 3 of these from Ripeco here. This one with Ange and the little doll Beatrice, which is so adorable, so cute. I love her mischievous little face. We have this, some Erica, some Battler, some Ava, some Lambda and Burn. Burn being about as gay as one would expect. Very, very good. And we have this. Zhezhko means egg. Kid me thought egg equals yellow, based off my stuffed cow from childhood. Aww. Looks like he would get along well with Sakutaro, maybe. Very, very cute. We have this from Benny. Lambda Delta came in and told everyone to choose paper, and chat said, bet. Happy October 4th. Thank you so much, Marcy, for your efforts and talents. You are a gem.
I am Lambda Delta, and I am super paper and super thick.
And, yeah, the paper being money. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. We have this from Gloomy Squids. Kinda day 3s, because I missed it yesterday. Tea Party. As you can see, Jamie and Brexta have very differing tastes when it comes to refreshments. This entire story time was amazing, and I'd like to thank Marcy for her amazing performance and lovely personality. She made this run-through of Umineko very engaging, and I'm very happy to have been a part of this journey, even though I wasn't there for the first couple of streams. Happy Umineko Day, everyone. We did it! Tea fucking sucks. Oh, of course you have no taste, sandwich lover. Very, very good. We have this also from Gloomy. The Godin Chef. My man. My everything. Goda. Atropos with the $2. Super paper, huh? Anyway, I love y'all, chat. Thank you, Atropos. My dearest goat. Very good. Very good. We have this from Chiyoko in the Discord as well. Just finished. Heartwolf's OC. Very, very cool. We have this from Pining Tree. The ego grind continues. Very cool sketches here. Normal Straight Bro. By which I mean Normal Gay Bro. Funny nickname in the server, Normal Gay Bro. You tricked me. You tricked me. Finally finished my drawing. Apologies for putting so much text. I'm gonna put this on screen for now while I read the other one. The Intersorcerial Double Q Accounts Company, aka ISQQAC, pronounced Isaac. Isaac is an organization founded to help all witches, primarily by facilitating witches and aiding one another. To this end, they maintain a loose watch over all witches, and when they find that a witch is in need, they look for another witch to assist them. Of course, they do not expect that one witch should help another without receiving anything in return. When possible, they attempt to find pairs of witches who can provide mutual aid to each other and mediate negotiations between the two. However, if this aid must be one-sided, they will note the accounts of each witch stating that they have provided or received aid that has yet to be repaid. At times, a witch may approach Isaac of their own accord to request assistance. If they are already noted as having provided sufficient aid, then aid shall be provided to them without need for reciprocity. Because witches are often less than honest, Isaac has developed a practice of using the red truths to enact verbal contacts with witches who make use of Isaac's services. Please state the following in red. I forget, it's Trey's, right? Trey's Alexandre Starkholes do agree to the following conditions. Once the contract has been sealed, certain company operatives are able to use silver text to compel witches who fail to fulfill their contractual obligations independently. Publius Virgilia Maro, you have an outstanding account with the Intersorcerial WQ Accounts Company for the past 729 years. As such, the company now invokes its rights to compulsion. Virgilia, you shall assist the witch Hecate in her efforts against the human Julius Caesar to your fullest capacity until your debts are repaid in their entirety as determined by the Isaac. The silver is exclusive to the Isaac and cannot be used without clearance from a branch president or higher. Wow, that's really fascinating. And we have here Paula G. Rice, president of the 9th branch of the Intersorcerial WQ Accounts Company. Paula is a woman who highly values precise speech and always aims to say exactly that which she means to say with no ambiguity. This often results in her speaking in long, winding statements that account for misinterpretations that no reasonable individual would ever make. While this is often irksome in her conversations outside of work, the crimson-clad contracts she drafts are often impossible for even the most cunning witches to weasel their way out of. Paula also has little tolerance for lies, though she will let sleeping dogs lie and does not pursue truths that wish to remain hidden if she is able to avoid it. Her disdain for lies, combined with her work drafting red contracts, has caused her to develop a habit of speaking almost exclusively in red truths. Thus, she is highly trusted by those who are able to parse her odd style of speech. The large tome kept by her side serves as a personal copy of all Isaac transactions to have ever taken place. She also takes more than her own notes in the pages near the back, both on various events and her thoughts on them, and in that way also uses this ledger as a sort of journal or diary. Very, very cool. We have this from Star. Finished this drawing of Erica just in time. Look at that evil face. What a stinker. Oh, brother, get this girl out of here. We have this from Pining Tree as well. Wow. Very cool. We have this from... Oh, I have to disable streaming mode so I can actually read this. Peanut Kicks. Carlota, Witch of Daydreams. A witch character I saw in a dream. Decided to repost and flesh her out into a more proper OC. Like many witches, she has a haughty personality, but she loves whimsy and doesn't take things too seriously. As such, she hasn't put much effort into raising her power or status as a witch. To those who spend their time daydreaming, she grants the power to realize those visions. However, if they don't grasp this power, they'll just fall further into their own fantasies. The daydreams of humans give her endless ideas for new game boards, though she enjoys creating them more than actually playing competitively. Known for her love of citrus fruits. And we have this extra page of doodles right here. Very, very fun design. I really like the colors here. Very, very fun. Very good. Thank you. We have this, submitted by not_witch_. Damn, I didn't make any new art. This never got shown on stream, I think, back from episode 6 and 7 when I was getting my ass beaten. The quote retweets by not believing in Scanon Culprit. Stayed up late for the final stream, so this is the first stream I've caught it fully. Happy Halloween. I wish I had a more sentimental message to send, but I'm running out of time. Thank you. This has changed my life. Oh, thank you. We have this from Dav. Alongside my art, I wrote and arranged a small piece of music as well. A Beabato waltz. Holy shit. Well, let's take a listen to it, chat. Ooh. Oh, this is so good. hope. Ugh. That was really, really pretty. That was gorgeous, Dav. Thank you. Holy shit. That was really, really good. Damn. You did a fantastic job with that. Oh my god. That was really good. That was really, really good. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please release it separately. I would love to listen to that. I truly cannot say how much these streams have meant for me, not just for Umineko, but for the amazing community that's come up around them. Thank you to all the people who I now count as friends because of these. You truly make every one of my days better in big and small ways. And of course, thank you to Marcy, whose countless hours of commitment and determination have created such an amazing experience for all of us. Can't wait to see what's next with you all. Absolutely. I'll still be here. You know I'll still be here. We got this from ERA. Just found an old drawing of Rosa Ushiramiya being a cookie from fucking Cookie Run. Oh, wow. Is that really the last one? Oh, wow. That's actually really funny to to end off on Rosa Cookie as far as the art goes. That's oh, very good though. I mean, like, it's very cute, but Cookie Rosa will see us out, I guess. I hope you're proud, ERA. Oh, right, that's right. I can end on self-sacrifice siblings. Hold on. Let me find it. Sorry, I forgot to open it because it was a meme. What? No, it opened in the wrong tab. Hold on. Rosa, get out of the way. I'm self, and I'm sacrifice. The self-sacrifice siblings! Ah! Very good. Oh, jeez. Alright. Thank you, Phantom, for that. Okay. I think that's good for fan art. I will show these one more time just to see if there are any people who want to get any last-minute votes on the tattoo that I'm gonna get. But it kind of seems like you guys are pretty settled on B. I think you guys probably made your choice. That's 150 votes. There are 114 of you in the chat right now, so I think we're probably not going to get any more. So, alright, B it is. I don't know how long precisely it's going to take for me to get it. I'm gonna have to, like, set up an appointment and stuff like that, and obviously, like, find an artist that I like locally, because I don't really know any tattoo artists locally. But as soon as I get it, I will obviously be showing it to you guys right away as soon as it happens. Thank you. And yes, it is going to be in black and white. Alright. So let's end the poll. B wins. Thank you for your votes, everybody. Wolftree with the $20. Glad I could sneak in at the end to give you some more money. Thank you for the wonderful voice acting to make Umineko somehow even more peak. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. And yeah, I guess that's it. Like I said, we'll be taking a break next week. The week after that, we'll be doing the final Umineko bonus stream. We'll have some more short stories. We'll have the fun little epilogue, episode 9, Last Note of the Golden Witch, which Ryukishi wrote afterward. Like several years afterward. And... Oh, Rom? Hold on. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, no. We do have to show this. Hold up. 1 second. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. Not to tease you like that. But, yeah, absolutely we have to show that. We've got some pictures. It is currently October 5th. There is a downpour outside the house. A storm must be approaching. There is some sort of celebration, so the usual empty dining hall is filled with flowers, tables, and candles, much like in the ending. A nice group of old Japanese tourists are enjoying themselves a tour of the mansion I have already taken twice. Here I am, sitting, watching this stream of my favorite piece of media, and sobbing in the middle of the real-life Rokenjima mansion. Thank you for the streams, Marcy, and thank you for convincing me to finally read this novel with your old video. It genuinely does mean so much to know that this is playing in there right now. Thank you, Rom. This is really, really sweet. These are really good photos. Okay. Now. Oh, hold on. Yeah, Jupes, I will check that out in just a bit, and maybe I might read it on the next one. I do just want to... I want to wrap this stream, though, but thank you. I will definitely read it. JunePop45 with the $5. We're ending off on the mansion. Poetic cinema. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. But, like I said, next week break. Week after that, the short stories and episode 9 epilogue. And then we will have another week break after that. But at the end of that bonus stream, I will announce what we will be doing to replace Umineko. Please stay tuned. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I can't say it enough. Thank you. This has been a fantastic stream series. I've had a really, really wonderful time sharing this with you all. And until we meet again, sleep peacefully, my beloved chat. Bye. Wait, please, keyboard, work.